The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship 2022, the road to PMGO 2026. It is Africa's time to shine, and what a ride it has been. Welcome to the wild card. We have had Kenya, we have had South Africa, and now we are here for the wild card action. And it's still Priest on the mic. Again, this is brought to you by Infinix. As we can see, the Note 60 Pro is in full glory and in full display, but it's not all that is on the desk for tonight's broadcast. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Wildcard Edition, and these are the group stages. Amazing teams have gathered themselves all the way to get to this stage and book their place in PMGO history. Yes, sir, you already know we are in season 2, so we're locked in, and I hope you're locked in with me because it has been an amazing ride getting up to this stage. We did have Kenya wrap things up. Congratulations to the top 3 teams. I believe it was Rush Esports, Rescue Esports, and the guys from No Pressure that have booked the first official set of teams to book their slot in the PUBG Mobile Global Open for Africa Season 2. So congratulations to them. They have made it to the finals. That is 3 slots in the finals, and now the rest of these teams have to battle for 13 more slots. So who's going to take what, and who's going to take it there? Who's going to turn this one around? Well, it's up to us to find out. I mean, it has been an amazing journey for a majority of these teams, but now we are going to have a brand new set of teams you haven't seen before, all of them now trying to battle it out and see who's going to come out on top, who's going to take that opportunity to be crowned the best wild card team, and also who's going to book their place in the final first of the wild cards before they now book a further slot into the PMGO Africa Season 2 finals. And again, lest we forget, we still have a third party, and again, that's going to lock in, but we will see for ourselves how it has been so far. The journey to get to this stage, it is one for the books, but again, we are here to understand what the road has been like. So the group stage had 128 teams, and then the finals will give us 100, or rather, out of the 128 teams, the finals will give us 64 teams, and then PMGO Africa finals will give us 16 teams. So the group stage is going to consist of all of the teams that will participate across all of the regional qualifiers, and even the finals. Same goes for the finals as well, across the board for all of the regional teams. And then in the finals, we're going to have 16 of the best teams. And speaking of the finals, we already have 3 teams in there. You know, like I mentioned earlier, we do have the guys from Rush Esports, Rescue Esports, and No Pressure. But then, how did we lock into that one? We did have the in-game qualifier slots for the Kenyan region and 1 special invite team, and then we had a total of 32 teams. Same applies to Nigeria as well. And then we will also have the exact same thing for South Africa. The wild card, which is what this broadcast is all about: 31 teams, 1 team for a special invite, 32 across the board. So if you multiply all of that, that is how you get your 128 teams in total across 4 regions. So moving on, you would see that again the structure gives us a little bit of a clear idea here, with each country having 16 slots in the final. So Kenya did have 16 slots. We did watch the Kenya finals yesterday. And then they booked 3 teams to the other stage. And then we have 16 for Nigeria, 16 for South Africa as well. 15 will qualify to the finals, with 1 special invite to the current reigning PMGO Africa champions, X-Force Rejects from South Africa. And then for the wild card, we will have 16 teams in the PMNC finals as well. And then we would also lock in to know for clear context what that means here. Well, that is to break it down on who gets what. So 3 slots have been allocated for Kenya. We saw that yesterday. Those 3 teams have booked their slots, and like I said earlier, we're going to be fighting for 13 slots left. 3 slots for Nigeria, 4 for South Africa, seeing as the PMGO champion is from there, from season 1. And then the Africa wild card, that is the wild card that we are going to be watching today. 5 slots goes their way, and then 1 special invite slot from the third-party tournament hosted by 1080 La Coupe Africana, which has already kicked off, so make sure you check that out as well. I think we had the gauntlet stage just wrap up, so we're going to go I think we're currently going to sit over to the group stages for that tournament. That is going to be the next stage before we go to the last chance of that one and the finals. So keep your eye on that one as well, because one interesting team is going to book a place into the PMGO Africa Finals. Direct entry, direct slot, and then we'll see how that one is going to pan out. But in all of this action, there is still prize money to be won. 24,000 USD is up for grabs in this season of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa and the road to the PMGO as well, the PMNC. 24,000, but how does that split out? Well, we'll see how the money cuts all the way through across all of the regions, and from the group stages all the way down to the finals. We'll take a look at that. 3,000 per region, so that gives you a clear cut of the first place team going up with 800 USD. Again, we saw that yesterday in the Kenya finals. They walked away. I believe it was the guys from Rescue Esports that walked away with that 800 USD. Second place walking away with 550 USD, third place with 350, and fourth place 250 USD. 170, 140, 120, all the way down to 20 USD for 16th place. MVP walks away with 200 USD as well, so that's going to be a big one. That is one we're going to keep our eyes on as well. I would like to, someone in chat should tell me who was the MVP for the Kenyan game. Right, I'm not sure if it was Zedu or someone from Fallen Ruthless or something, but I'm not too certain, right? But how we get to climb the leaderboards all depends on what the point is, and the points for a chicken dinner is always going to be 10 points on the board. Second place with 6 as well, third place with 5, fourth place with 4, fifth place with 3, sixth place with 2, 7th to 8th place 1 apiece, and 9th to 16th unfortunately no points on the board for them. 1 elimination does get you 1 point, and we do have 4 tiebreak rules, with the first one being the chicken dinners across all of the matches, and then the placement points for match or post-match after the total number of placement points that we see through all the matches, then the total number of eliminations, and if that is tied as well, then we go over to the best placement ranking in the most recent match. So talk about how tiebreakers going all the way down through 4 phases. But again, like I said, brand new set of teams, brand new set of action. Let's take a look at the teams that you will be watching tonight. So we've got the guys from okay. I do apologize for the wrong text. This is supposed to say wild card, but Mazor is going to be there as well. Eyes are going to be on them. Noir as well. Titans, Seems Outplayed, SO, Zeus, and the guys from RG, and eyes are going to be on the majority of those teams. Again, it stays 1 for the books. I have seen some of these teams in other competitions, so I already know what it's going to look like, right? But let's take a look at the maps we're going to have for you tonight. And we're going to kick things off with Erangel, and then we do a little bit of Miramar right after, and then we do a little bit of Erangel again, and then Miramar again, and then Erangel again, and then Miramar to wrap things up. So 3 doses of each map, spanning across roughly 5 hours. So it's 5 hours of uninterrupted PUBG Mobile action in the PMNC Wildcard for the road to PMGO Africa Season 2. So the ride is on, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is the path to the global stage. October 2026, we'll have the PMGO in Pakistan. So that is where all of these teams are going to fire it down to get into. And if you're not there, that is where the road is leading us all to. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching, if you didn't know, the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Wildcard Edition, and I believe the action is about to kick off any moment from now. The teams, the players, all getting ready to take that stand, to take that opportunity. We saw the breakdowns, we saw the prize pool, we've seen everything we need to see. All that is left now is to see the action itself. Who's going to take what? Who's going to win match number one? Who's going to kick things off, right? Again, who is going to take that one over the other? Well, let's take a look at the teams that we're going to keep eyes on. And like I said, we start things off. Mazor, Noir as well, Titan seems outplayed. Zeus is going to be there as well. Double RG, the guys from Rage. We've got C4 AET, Glory, and we've got Red. We've got Tribe Warriors, and we've got the guys from EXT, and then FL, Warlords, AP, and MOL. MAU Esports. Well. This is going to be one for the books. I believe we have 16 teams that we're gonna keep our eyes on in this first couple of games, and then things are gonna spin across the board for the group stage. But remember, the goal is to finish inside of the top 16 and you get into the finals, so this is going to give us a clear idea of the teams that are going to be participating in this wild card stage. And like I said earlier on, the goal is to finish in the top 16. That is where you want to finish. That is where the points are going to tally up. So on the horizon, we know exactly what we are looking forward to now. Action from all of these teams, action from all of these players. Every single person knows what to do to get their team into that next stage. So ladies and gentlemen, it is time to give all that they have. The road to PMGO Season 2 begins here, or rather continues here, as we saw how the teams kick things off from the online qualifier, from the in-game qualifier. Now they are here in the group stages, the wild card, where arguably is the toughest region to play out of. So we're going to see who wants it a little bit more, because this one is going to be action packed. I can tell you that one for free. It is going to be absolutely action packed, and again, the action is never going to bounce off the way you would expect. So let's get your predictions. Who takes match number one? As we saw, we're going to kick off with Erangel, and that is where the action is going to take off from. So who's going to turn up in Erangel? I mean, I have some reservations for some certain teams. My eyes will be on Mazor for sure. Even the guys from Tribe Warriors, eyes going to be on them as well. Even the guys from Zeus, even seems outplayed. It is all or nothing for either of these teams. But lest we forget, there's so many teams here. 32, right? 32 teams. They have to make the top 16. That is all that matters, and you only have 2 days. 2 days worth of competition to make sure you get the job done. So after today is tomorrow, and after tomorrow, wrap it up. You gotta wrap it up straight up. There's no time. You're absolutely no time. You have to make it count for every single second that you are going to be participating in this tournament. 24,000 USD, 3,000 per region, 800 USD for that first place finish. I mean, you already know the stakes are super high. The road to the global stage, it is paved with sticks and stones that will break your bones, but you have to have resolve. And you have to make sure that you cannot allow the pressure to get to you. You have to make sure that every single decision you make going forward is the right one. It is the one that sees you through. And that is the best definition of how you want to play this. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's PMGO season. Let's get your predictions in the chat. What are your expectations? Who are you rooting for? is the team you were rooting for playing in this first group, or are you waiting for them in the next group? Well, we'll see for ourselves. But either way, it is one for the books to keep your eyes on the action, ladies and gentlemen. It does not get any better than this. We've already got 3 teams that have made their way to the finals. The PMGO, as we already know, from Kenya yesterday, and I mean that was an amazing feat. You know, of course I called it the battle of the century, though. It was very, very close, nastily close, for no pressure there. Fortunately for them, the guys from PUBG Sports just didn't have what it takes to get over the line, because in that last game it was theirs for the taking. But unfortunately for them, they just did not have the mentality to take that game and qualify themselves to the PMGO. Unfortunate scenes for them, but the guys from Fallen Ruthless, same goes to them. Again, finished very strongly on the last day, but didn't start quite nicely. But then Rush Esports, they were the ultimate bottlers, if I'm being honest, starting the day with the way they did from day one, but only to capitulate on day 2 and lose the top slot to the guys from Rescue Esports. You don't see that every day. But that is the beauty of PUBG Mobile Action. That's the beauty of the PMNC. That's the beauty of the road to PMGO. It is paved with so many different dynamics, so many different things that can happen. But we all know for a fact there are so many different analogies to how these teams will play, especially in the LAN final. You know, so but you know, fingers are going to be crossed nonetheless to see if there's a little bit more that can be done for some of these teams. But it's the wild card that we are here watching today. Who's going to take the wild card crown? Who's going to book the 5th slot? Because that 5th position in the wild card slot is going to be the one that eyes are going to be on. So if you're not locked in, make sure you are, because that is where all the action really is. Who's going to take the crown for the wild card? This is arguably the toughest region to play out of. So who's going to take it home? Who are you rooting for? You know, I mentioned a couple of teams already, so I'm going to keep my eyes open to see who reps who and what team is going to start strongly, especially in this match number 1. But you know, eyes are going to be everywhere and all the action is going to be on display. So let's take a look and see who's going to take this first game. It is going to be Erangel, as we all well know. It is all going to be rise of the strongest teams, the teams that understand what it takes to win at this level, to compete at this level. We did have a very interesting dynamic in wildcard for season 1, and again we saw some teams who are back here again. Remember, all of these points, they add up to the road to PMGC. If you did not know, they do add up. You get PMGC points from these tournaments, especially when you make it to the finals, right? You get points. So every single thing ties in, every single point ties in. The road to PMGC is still part of this, you know, the road to PMGO as well. That is the first stop on the road to PMGC, but best believe these points all add up. And interestingly enough, season 2's points I think are double season 1 points, so that gives you a major incentive to stick with your team and gather as much points as you can on that quest to PMGC, on that quest to history. You know, yeah, last year we did have X-Force Rejects step into the global stage at PMGC. It was a little bit of a tough one for them, you know, but then again they step into PMGO this season as well. Earlier on in the year, I think that one was a little bit of a tricky one for them, and then they step into PMWC. That was I believe 2 weeks ago, earlier in the month, in Paris, France. And again, it was a little bit of a tricky one for them, but you know, they're gonna have to do it again in Pakistan, or whoever wins the PMGO Africa season 2 to go to Pakistan and represent the region one more time before PMGC. So it is paved with good intentions, right? But it's all about who is more intentional with those intentions and who's going to see it all the way through. But nonetheless, That is what the wild card offers. That is all it offers every single time. So we know this for a fact. Pressure is going to be on, especially post that first game. And we know that all of these teams, they have tasted glory before in different stages, in different aspects. All they have to do now is taste it again. And this time, it's all about who wants it just a little bit more than the next man. So, your predictions will be loved at this stage. Let us get those predictions in the chat. Remember, if you're not following, make sure to follow and stay locked in and get those predictions ready to go in the chat. I want to see who you're repping. Who do you want to see in the PMGO? Who do you want to see at PMGC? You see what I did there? See at PMGC. Who do you want to see at PMGC? Do you want to see me at PMGC? I mean, if you want to see me at PMGC, you guys should put it in the comment section. Preach to PMGC 2026. What we say? But nonetheless, pressure is on though. Like I said, this is the toughest region, you know, by metrics, because you have a lot of countries competing here, right? A whole lot of mixed bunch countries, right? You have countries that have like 5 different, or you have teams, right, that have like 5 different countries merge into them. So that's what even makes it much more interesting, because at some point you have to come out and say, this is Africa, this is who we are, this is our identity, and this is how we love to compete, and we've come to compete. So something that we've absolutely loved seeing. But now it's more of understanding the dynamics of who wants this more, because we've seen majority of these teams, they get to this level but then they lose the plot, right? We saw that in the Kenyan finals. A team started very, very well, but they didn't finish very well, and it's so close because the first place is second place. We saw the prize pool distribution earlier on. First place is second place dropping off just a little bit more, and 800 USD to 550, that's like 250 USD between points. That's a major shift, that's a major drop. So, you know, that's something that teams will have to keep an eye on, keep an eye out for going forward. So who's there, who's going to see this through, who's going to wrap this up? Well, we'll see for ourselves who wants it just a little bit more as we stay and sail on into the first map of the game, Erangel, where the teams are going to get ready to take things off and show us into the road. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. It is showtime. It is absolutely showtime. Erangel, match number 1 for the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card edition. And this is where the ride is going to be, to know who just wants this a little bit more. For me, it's all about who wants it a little bit more. But the pressure is on. Playing path is good though. We saw that. Cuts over from the southwest to the northeast. Kameshki, is it going to be in play? Is Kameshki going to be in play? I would be very interested in seeing Kameshki be in play though, if I'm being honest. That would be something I would like to see. That would absolutely be something I would like to see. Kameshki in play, yes. But we'll see. We will absolutely see how possible that can be. And now, teams have given us a little bit of rhetoric as to what to expect going forward. And right now, we have a bunch of teams getting called out. Just play a little bit closer there, but 69 Esports are going to be the one to draw first blood. B13 will lose out. I believe that was Blaze. Goes out to the Blaze of Glory. Kali with a dual wield. Just trying to keep the pressure just a little bit farther away. But 69 Esports is going to start very strongly. And it's a very, very, very good way to start things off. It is one for the interesting dynamics from what we've seen so far from Yasnaya, I believe. And Yasnaya being a very, it's a very tumultuous position though to play out of. Again, it takes just a little bit more than what I would expect to close out with. But even at that, there is still cause for concern for some of these teams. Gives us a little bit of a major drop off. And I would see to close out a little bit of space from what we've seen so far. But even at that, there's so many different ways to play this though. If you're, one of these teams that loves to play a little bit more closer to the center, gives you a little bit of an idea though, if it's possible. But Gamer Eyes and Giorgio Pole, not too shabby for them as well. A little bit more dynamic than they would have liked. And Unkind Esports with a bone to pick in Rozok. We've seen how the players tend to manage, though, with C4 Esports having a little bit of a closer drop in the closed positions. They have been very ideal. And then we have the guys from Elevate Esports as well, with a similar context. Yeah, just playing outside of Giorgio Pool there, closer to the hospital though. Not too far-fetched. But the iron is split, and it looks like Unkind. I was going to show a little bit more kindness to the guys from VNT. Tribe Warriors. Tribe Ascension. Oh, they're going by Tribe Ascension now. Okay, well, let's see if they will ascend. But Unkind Esports will be the next ones getting dropped off there. Not the most ideal one. There is a bit of a culinary shot through there on General. And can he get picked up though? Is it a possibility that he gets picked up? I'm not too sure, but insane. Will have to be very, very special if he is going to get a flush all the way from there. And this is, this is the risk that comes with playing a little bit too far out. When someone gets caught in transition, how do you rescue them? How do you pick them up? These are the questions. And this is how it gets even tougher to manage. But right now, Maylor and the guys from 6-7, how creative. 6-7 on the press as well going forward. And Tempest Esports have a simple rhetoric of how they want to play outside of Saverni. On that northern rotation, there's a big chance that they will play a little bit closer to the center there. They do have the zone though, so they don't have to move around too much, but it's all about gathering intel at the stages of the game, relatively very early, to keep the drafts even closer to the vest there. No ideas, but no loss either way. There's more. There's absolutely more. And that gives you some ideas as to what you want to see going forward. And most teams are circled up quite nicely in that central position, north as well. We do have a gathering, right? A congregation coming through in the eastern side. Ideas on how they want to make that congregation work, because there's a whole lot of bodies in that eastern side, and the play zone closes out very soon, and that is going to cause for concern for some of these teams relatively earlier than they would expect, but we will see the likes of the drops into the position again, and Pressure mounts either way. We'll see how proactive the teams can get. And now it will be a little bit of a sore one for some teams that for some teams that are still yet to find their rhythm, but the shots are going to be ringing out. And it's a AKM spray from a couple of meters out there from Netso. Well, B13, not going to let this one slide out. They will take it upon themselves to close this down. And it's not untoward. It's not something they haven't tried before. We saw that earlier on, but it looks like the guys from Elevate are going to get cracking very, very quickly as well. Not to make it too problematic, but even at that, stays onto the front lines, stays onto the positions that we've seen so far. And now they are trying to lock in. They will try to make a little bit more of a gesture into these positions as we've seen so far. Now that gives us some ideas though. But we will see. We will absolutely see, because again, it is all about the areas to defend there. Mazakaza having a little bit of a rhetoric switch up here with the guys from 69. Oh, that's a beautiful first strike with the S12K. Tries to go for the second, but he's overwhelmed. A lot of bodies in the area there, and Fash is immediate to shut that down. But Etso and Dodi from B13 have been repelled. They tried to take a couple of shots through the windows, but they were forced all the way back. There was no space, no chance, no time, seeing as their teammate. Again, with these splits, it is the risk of having a teammate play a little bit too far out where you can't protect them. And B13, they lost the player earlier on, so that should have allowed them to play a little bit more compact. But 69, they did not want to give this up. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They capitalize on this because they know they eliminated one of the guys from B13 earlier on. So they stuck to it. They dropped them even further, make it even much more difficult for B13 to cope. And B13 will lose out, and that will cause them a little bit more of a defensive issue for them to play outside of there, because remember, these guys are all in Yasnaya and the play zone is already hot on their heels here. B13, if they can't make their way to find a vehicle at this stage of the game, this is where things are going to get very, very dire for them. THX, on the other hand, also we saw them lose someone earlier on to Elevate, I believe, and that caused a little bit of a concern for them. But hopefully they will find something to see this one through. Insider Goat gets called out. VNT in a world of hurt. Another one goes down. Kings and General following suit. And now it is going to be Elevate that will fight them tooth and nail. Grenade launched over the top side, and that will be a wrap. Elevate will secure themselves their first bodies. 5 eliminations to the good, snatching the guys from VNT out of the lobby with quick effects, not taking any casualties as well. It doesn't start any better than that. It does not start any better than that. That is something I can tell you for free. And the way they have stayed on to the rise there has been very proactive for them. But that gives us cause to sit up quite nicely and produce a little bit of a defensive zone for C4. They have been very proactive though in their rotations. You can see they are trying to play in from that northeastern side, and they are trying to keep it very, very close, not necessarily having to full send the center of the circle. It is phase 3. We've only got a couple of seconds before that zone closes out again. A majority of teams having a very difficult rotation coming in from that northern side, and you can already see Omar has been caught in a trade-off there. We saw Tempest Esports in a world of trouble here, trying to make sense of all the action that could be coming their way, but it's all a matter of if they want it. Doesn't look like they do, as Terra 6 will take that one away. Yaros being on the left side of that kill feed, packing one in, and that will be their first elimination. Tempest will have to temper their resolve here, but they will stay up on the task at hand. And Sovereign also on the horizon, a little bit more slow to the touch here, but they do have an idea, trying to close the gap onto that northwestern side. They do set up to the guys from Gamerize, and the shots follow through. Nomi did take some damage there, could cause a problem if he does get caught out, but he manages to dash back into the play zone. Again, playing very close to the edge of the circle. When it doesn't work, the consequences could be catastrophic and extraordinary. I'm going to learn that one the hard way if they don't make a dash for it into the zone for the next phase of play. But 6-7 are going to have to spin across the border there. That's a beautiful shot, and that will be the end of the road for THX. Madman is shut down. Istria puts the work in. That is another team that bites the dust. Another one takes a hit. Parome gets caught. C4 in trouble. Elevate. Add another to the notch. 6 on the bounce. And now it is what we love to see. A little bit of a trade-off for C4 right now, because they know that they will have to reposition themselves quickly. Extraordinary with the same idea. A whole lot of teams doing the exact same thing. The northern side is absolutely choked up. Elevate have been cooking this strongly in that northern side. They've not given any teams breathing room to make any sense of that position. Remember, it is all about getting into the zone at this stage. The only teams that have made a interesting rotation, as you can see there, to the western side is Terra 6. Noir in a central position, 6-7 as well. Extraordinary getting caught in transition, and they might lose another one as a trade-off. Again, it is very, very difficult for them to take any chance to hold on. Gamera is also in trouble here, and that might be the end of the road for them as well. It has been a very, very tough hold for majority of these teams, because it's Elevate that is putting belt to backside to every single one of them who pulls up into the mix. And it looks like Nate might be the next victim, but he finds a way to reconvene with his teammates. Gives a little bit more of a drop off there. Khaled almost getting dropped away there from Paradox, causing so much perpetual drama for the guys from Extraordinary. Again, it has been very, very tough to deal with the rotations, because Elevate are just running riot in every single position. And now Alpha 7 gets caught as well for Tribe Ascension, and it looks like Tribe Ascension will not ascend any further. He will be put back into the lobby. Did secure 2 eliminations though before going out, but looks like Slime tries to he gets absolutely railroaded to the side there by Kaish, and that will be Sovereign reigning supreme. They drop another one. And now Nomi will press forward. Big chance for Wheezy to call the initiative. A little bit of a bait and switch draws for Wheezy in the open space. But now they might expose themselves to the guys from Elevate. Nomi is aware of this. They are very aware of that position being leaked over to that northwestern side. Will cause them problems if they do plan to commit over the top side. Elevate now, they want a piece of the action as well, but Logic bait off a little bit too much there. He does take damage in that exchange, so that will cause a little bit of a concern for Elevate. They will reposition, and they will try to, again, squeeze that northern side for themselves, with a chance that Sovereign do have a little bit of a breather here to make something happen. Noir as well trying to set through and hold up onto the play here for 6-7. Tukinete with another drop over the top side. Sigma gets caught by Unkind. FAQ's the one on the back foot as he drops him all the way through. And Astronova setting sights onto that position again, trying to play in a little bit closer to the zone that they would have liked. But again, it is very proactive for them. It is a very good position to hold out on. For 6ix9ine Esports, if they do manage to break the seal here, it might be able to be something that they can close out with. But Rambo has to hold on for his teammates to reconvene and reposition. But Unreal has a sightline all the way across. He does spot the guys from Unkind. He knows that it could be a threat going forward. But Astronova, yeah, more than capable, more than equal to the task to hold off the guys from 6-9. Ooh, nightmare. That was a dangerous play. Could have caused a lot of problems for him. Rambo with a sideline over the top side. He might be able to say something about this one. And now the grenades and the utilities will start to pop through. Here's the opening for 6-9 Esports. This is the perfect time to get the job done. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade on real. It's about to be real for him now. Those grenades and those shots flying through. Scar L straight to the skull there. Drops another. And now they try to trade off. 6-9 Esports about to close this one. Assad is exposed. He's going to get dropped away. But here they come. Burning through, barging inside. The barracks can't save them. Tukinet immediately holds on, and that is a defensive masterclass from Noir Esports. They lose a man, but that is a good trade for them, and they are able to do it without capitalizing on losing out that entire eastern side. It is a job well done. All they have to do now is use the time to recuperate, stack up on the utilities, and get into the zone. Guys from 6-7 have made the dash though, and the northern side here, it is all a matter of who wants to win this game. Oh, that's a nasty spray there. Thugger immediately catches Eilish and knocks him clean off. Nomi in the off angle there from the western side could cause some commotion, but here comes Elevate. Thugger now trying to switch off in a 1v1 immediately. Cash swiss him over to the ground, but a Swiss cheese operation there from Nomi. Sovereign will not back down from this one. Elevate in a world of trouble because their main man Thugger and Paradox have both been knocked away, but look at Wheezy's drive-by. Gives him Wheezy out of here. And Sovereign will pack the guys from Elevate like a box of sardines and put them back into the lobby, but not without the third parties coming into sequence. And what a time to be alive. They turn it on. And manage to hightail it and get out of dodge, but that was a dangerous play to come through from that northern position. Terra 6 probably have the sightlines on them as well, and the guys from Extraordinary might decide to close the gap a little bit further. That's a beautiful drop on Kind Esports, losing one after the other, trying to ascend the bridge, but it doesn't work. Baby immediately goes into the drink, tries to circle back, but unfortunately FAQ will have all of his questions answered at the end of a 5.56 barrel straight to the head. And 6-7 somehow have camped the bridge down. They've held it tooth and nail, not giving any quarter, not giving any chance for any teams to get their breather inside of this central position. It has been a very good defensive line for 6-7. Istria has been phenomenal and critical for making that happen. Grenade in hand, might decide to launch this one into the corner. If he does, it might be the opening that they've been looking for. Good grenade, not enough to get the job done though. And he hops straight into the vehicle. Baby. And I'm not sure Astria can see him. Can he shoot from inside the car? If he can shoot from inside the car, oh, that would be a nasty one to happen now to 6-7, because they are in a fantastic position holding out the bridge, and it looks like the guys from Noir Esports are going to have to set this one all the way through now. Sovereign on the hit. Nomi goes down. Eilish follows suit as well. Sovereign, that battle that he had earlier on with Elevate will deplete them all the way down to just a solo man. It is Eilish. Can he turn this around? Smokes into the vision. Can he see it all the way through? Couple shots trying to rain through, but no dice. Noir will put them out of their misery. Unreal Engine is the one that wraps it through, and Noir are up to 9 on the sequence, 9 on the bounce. More eliminations coming their way. We're down to 6 teams now, 19 players alive. And it is getting more and more comfortable here for the likes of 6-7 and Noir. But we will see if Terra 6 have something to say about this one, because they have a fantastic position in here. And they've only secured 2 eliminations, so a chicken dinner will be the best bet for them. That is going to be the best answer they can give to the questions that this lobby has asked so far. And Baby finally gets discovered by Shen. And that will be the end of the road. And they will be putting them back into their misery. And Unkind, they had a very good spell. It wasn't the best spell when it came to positional awareness though, but Noir Astronova, they've done everything right at this stage, have not lost a single player, and now they will be rolling up over to that northern side. I'm not sure they're trying to go around Terra 6 or trying to hold up the northern side. That would be the smarter play though. And now this is going to be one for the books. Terra 6 having a recency bias situation here. They can close the gap into that position and they might see you through. Oh, that's a beautiful spray from Future. Saw that one all the way through and he drops another. Hope the next one to go down, courtesy of Rival, Noir, and the guys from Terra 6 have turned them into a sandwich, and it's not one they would have lacked, but Tempest Esports will lose another, and it looks like it's going to be Urek getting blown away there with a grenade landing right on top of his skull, backing him all the way in. Noir have secured a double-digit banger, 10 eliminations to the good, and it's a very, very, very violent start. It's the best start that he could have asked for. A chicken dinner now will be the icing on the proverbial cake for Noir Esports right now, because Tukinet and Rival are playing it in a very interesting split here, where Nightmare and Unreal are going to gather more intel over to that eastern side. It's a good plan. It's a very good plan. But do they have the utilities to hold up that northern side? They are trying to squint it through. Pastor Peach also on the other side there for Tempest, potentially their last man on the line to see them through. But Terra 6, we've seen them play in positions like this. They know how to finish games like this. They know how to squeeze out the life and defend the areas all by themselves. 6-7 as well, similar idea on the eastern side, and we will see potentially who wants to close this down. Oh, Pastor Peach, well, he's a pastor of violence as he takes another one over to the other side there, almost dropping one of the guys from Noir. And again, Tukinet has taken so much damage, and he does catch Rival. That is the danger of the splits. I've been talking about this for the longest time, but Peach will have to try that one again because he's overwhelmed with the angles there. If he can swim his way through underneath the bridge, because I believe that would be the smarter play, to go underneath the bridge into the water. It does launch a grenade over the top side. Terra 6, this would be a perfect time for them to close the gap between themselves and the guys from Noir and make sure that they wrap it up. Rival does get picked back up though. Numbers will not be a disadvantage for Noir, not if they have anything to say about it. But Future will have a sightline of this one to close it down even further, with Tartar playing off the rest of his teammates. LB with a sightline over to the other side. I believe he spotted the guy from 6-7. And the shots will start to ring out any moment from now from that south side. Play zone closes out again. And now Terra 6 are heavily blessed with that zone. Tempest as well forced out into the cold, dark side of the open space. Exposed to Noir and Terra 6 at the same time. But again, that water is still very much in play for Peach. If he starts to make a dash now, he might be able to make it through. 30 seconds on the clock though. It is now or never to make that quick dash into the horizon of the water sprays through. He has to stack this up. I'm not sure what the plan is here. The moment he continues to peak here is a revenant danger to Noir. He will continue to take shots, but finally goes into the water and starts to make the move as expected over to the south side. And now Terra 6 with a similar sight line of their own. Noir now making a dash for it, and King Tartar does exactly what he was expecting to do. Drops, skips, and hops the opposition out. One for Noir, lose out, and King Tartar again goes 2 for 2. And now Noir Unreal, unfortunately, it's about to be as real as it gets as he pulls him back into the lobby. LB now gets a knock on Tukinet, and a dangerous play, but this is exactly how this was supposed to pan out. Unfortunately for the guys from Noir, it was a nasty play. No vehicle, no way to get into the zone. Terra 6 have them on the lights. Peach has been spotted though by Future. Angles now getting tighter and tighter for the guys from Tempest as he makes it play over to the other side. Tukinet now pops through. More shots follow through. Surely now they deny the points. That would be the best thing for no pressure for the guys from Noir to do there. They lose out and they give the points all the way through to Terra 6. Terra 6, it is all of them against all of you at this stage, because they have every single base covered. But now it's all about the play zone. What does the play zone do at the stage? Who does it give? Who does it bless? And a grenade right now from Extraordinary will wrap this one through, but they've boxed themselves in. And they might allow for 6-7 to cause a little bit of chaos here, because this is a 3-man team. They do not have the wherewithal to deal with a 4-on-4 action across both lines. They might be forced into a very uncomfortable position at this stage. Terra 6 have them lined up and ready. Another grenade grenade. More utilities flying through. They pop another one onto the left side. Again, Maylor is not letting this one slide. Grenade is good here, and this might be the drop they're looking for. Soul launches one onto Maylor, and it does connect, cuts his HP by at least 40%. 6-7 have to make a dash for it here because they don't have the zone either way. Maylor takes another hit. Surely Soul has to press forward now that he's cut his HP all the way down. But again, will not allow for the press to come through. Another utility burning. This time it is going to be the Molotov. Can he set its sights? Well, it's not going to. Terra 6 just waiting, lying in wait, hoping to see who comes out of this exchange and to pick them off one after the other. 6-7, will they play off the shoreline in that southwestern side? That will be the smarter play here. But you can see the guys from Extraordinary not backing down. Maylor still having them pinned inside, and Maylor might be the sacrificial lamb here for the guys from 6-7. And he tries to peep through, trades a couple of more shots. Again, they trade blows. And this time around, Nate makes a dash for it over to the right side. Gives a little bit more intel. Immediately hides inside of the smoke. Gives a little bit of a chance. But Maylor, as a sacrificial lamb, he does get sacrificed by Soul this time. But King Tartar is going to deal the damage from all the way across the map. And he adds another one on the belt there for the guys from Terra 6. Trade-off is good. And a couple more shots to for Soul. He's exposed, and he does get dropped away by LB, Terra 6. And now they're swinging their guns from side to side, dropping bodies in the wildcard region, and they're about to turn this one all the way through. More bodies, more chaos. Soul goes down, gets swept away by Eros, and Terra 6 will rain terror in every nook and cranny, in every direction. Peach is going to pop through as well. He wants a piece of the action, and X Wirewood is also going to be a victim, and somehow 6-7 will lose bodies left, right, and center. And they will get called out in translation. They will get called out in transition. Not the one they were expecting, but it is the one that takes the hit. And they will drop another body in the open space. This is not what they were looking for. An Extraordinary will take another hit. Nate is going to be the next victim. He bows down as well, goes out, and gets swept away into the lobby. Not the one he was looking for, but it is the one he will find. Peach as well continues his onslaught. Angles and angles, getting called out. FU as well wants a piece of the action, dropping another. But that will be the end of the road. Extraordinary, packed out and eliminated with 4 eliminations on the bounce. Terra 6 now pressing forward. Finally, they will see it through, and it is going to be Peach who puts the final nail in the coffin, and they will put a final nail in his coffin. Terra 6, chicken dinner for the first game of the finals. Talk about finishing strongly. Talk about seeing the game through. Talk about the guys from Terra 6. This is what we are talking about when we say it stands on business. This is what we mean. This is what we mean, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we mean when a team stands on business. Terra 6, I mean, the ball was in their court right from zone 4. They knew exactly what they had to. I said they've been scenarios like this before. They know how to finish games. They know how to close games out. All they have to do is have all of their players alive and see it through. And that is exactly what they did. They didn't get over, lost in the trap, Extraordinary, I think they just got a little bit overwhelmed. Again, there was not a lot of space. In scenarios like this, you do want to decide, do you want to take the risk? Do you want to press on to the guys from Terra 6? Noir had the best opportunity, right? Noir had the best opportunity to close this down, but it could have gone any other way. And that's just something you have to understand, right? The pressure is always going to be there going into the final stages of the zone, especially a zone like this, right? Noir did every single thing at that stage, but you got to respect them nonetheless. And this is on another team now. We're going to keep our eyes on the likes of Noir, Terra 6, Extraordinary, but we'll see, right? We'll see how they perform. We'll see how that locks into this first game. But right now, 9 eliminations and a chicken dinner for Terra 6. It does not get any better for this for a first start. 1700 on the board for them as well. 7 bodies thrown down, 561 on the heel count, and 30 minutes on the clock. That is all Terra 6 had to do to see the game through, and they did a magnificent job of that as well. Well, it stays on the bounce, it stays on the press. As we can see, Future, King Tartar, Yaros, and LB all on the horizon there, doing a significant amount of damage across the board. They did do 9 eliminations, 3 for King Tartar, as he was the one putting in all of that work. Future was also in the mix there, doing a major drop off and a major turnout. And it's something that we love to see when players step up onto the plate and they turn things around and they show exactly what it takes to finish very, very strong. And that's something that we love to see, players that step up onto that plate and turn it all around. But Logic was the one who put all of that work in, with 5 eliminations to the good for the guys from Elevate, and the guys and Toucanet from Noir also doing way more damage than you would expect. Future from Terra 6 doing the longest damage though, 342 meters. Wow. Pretty sure I saw, I think that one was caught on cam, right? I think it was. On real though, 16,000 kilometers on the travel bounce. But that's to tell you that he covered a lot of ground for Noir. Probably at IGL if I'm not mistaken. I think he is. That gives you clear-cut ideas here. But 53 eliminations is what we found on the bounce with 50 knocks. We did have 2 airdrops get picked apart. We also had a couple of extra headlines as healings as well with 80, let's call it 8,900, right? 3 vehicle eliminations though and 8 headshots, and that gives us a little bit of a snapshot of how match number 1 did go. And again, that gives us a clear idea of what to expect when we have a lobby like this. But how much damage was dealt though? Well, let's take a look at that. We saw Logic do major for Elevate. Noir also had Toucanet. They're doing a whole lot more. And even King Tartar from Terra 6. And we also had someone from Sovereign 6769. Extraordinary as well inside of the top 8. And we had Insane from Unkind Esports also making the list. And the list goes all the way down to TTHX Alpha 7 from Tribe Ascension. Also going to keep an eye on majority of these players. We didn't have the one for also Gamerize, so we will see how proactive and productive it can stay going forward. But you know, even at that, it gives us a little bit of an idea on what to expect, because Logic from Elevate is match 1 MVP. With all of those eliminations he managed to see through. Even though Elevate got eliminated relatively earlier than the rest of the other teams, he still put on an amazing performance as well. 18 minutes on the clock for him. Did have 4 total knocks and 5 eliminations, and dealt a significant amount of damage. That makes him match number 1 MVP. Well deserved as well. But now that we have someone we're going to keep our eyes on for Elevate, how is that going to translate into all of these stats? We'll take a look at the overall head-to-head. Take a look at that. King Tartar and Toucanet. Well. Two players that had similar roles in their team, if we're being honest. I think they played the exact same position for both of their teams, giving us a little bit of a clear context of what to expect here at this stage in this match number 1. But we will see what this translates to as the matches go on. Do these two continue to go on like this, or will they transcend roles? But the points are all that matters. And let's take a look at the standings to give us a clear-cut idea of how many points these teams racked up outside of the team that did get the first place and the chicken dinner. Some teams also had some amazing performances as well that puts them into those conversations of finishing in the top 16 straight to the finals. But more traction the way we've seen it so far. Remember, the goal is to finish inside of that top 16 and get yourself a a path into the PMGO Africa Finals. Because if you're not there, what are you really doing, right? What are you really doing? What is the strategy here, right? What do you want to do? And again, a little bit of a Constantine position, but it has given us some resolve for the other teams, and how this has caused them to take a little bit more of a cautious approach. And I wouldn't put it past them. After match number 1, you would understand why, right? Why they would do that. But Terra 6 and Noir, you can see it's pretty much even Steven between these two sides. 9 eliminations to 10. One of them did get the chicken dinner, so that is the one that eyes will be on. And Terra and Noir did get eliminated by Terra 6. Unfortunate for them though, because we know that it was the play zone that was a huge decider on the engagement that did come through later on between these two sides, but they were pretty evenly matched, and I would like to see if that's going to be the case for the remainder of these group stages in this PMNC. Well, we'll see. We're gonna see how, Yaros, Rival, Tukinet, and King Tartar. We'll see how these players are going to interact for the remainder of this group stage, how possible it can be, how potentially it could change things. But again, it gives everyone a little bit of a different dynamic and an understanding of what they want to achieve, of what they want to try, and the expectations are going to be always be different at this stage. But again, that gives us clear and obvious paths that these teams want to abolish going forward. Erangel is done and dusted though, and we have still 5 more maps coming your way. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card group stages, and we are locked in here, ladies and gentlemen. Terra 6 have taken the first chicken dinner, but not now fighting tooth and nail against the likes of Noir, against the likes of Extraordinary, against the likes of even the guys from Tempest. But it's still more action to come. We'll be right back after the break to bring you match number 2, Miramar.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. Guys, you saw the smile on my face. I know why I'm smiling because Big Mitch is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wildcard stages, it's the group stage, and Mitch has decided to grace me with her presence. Thank you, Mitch, for gracing us with your presence. You know what time it is. We just had the first game, Terra 6 Wakanda taking that. I don't know why I still have Wakanda. Just call themselves Terra 6 now, but I've always known them as Terra 6 Wakanda. But nonetheless, Terra 6 get the first chicken dinner. Noir, though, put up a pretty solid performance. They had a lot of eliminations going to that final third. Now we've seen the pace, right? We've set the tone. We've seen how these teams are going to play going forward, and now we're going to have our first Miramar of the day. What are your expectations going into this map?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for that amazing introduction and gracing your presence, and I hope the viewers are excited as well. But for Miramar, I mean, this is a region it's basically a wild card. So if you ask me that question, it's probably going to be a difficult one, but I'm expecting some wild moves here from the teams. But knowing it's just day one, maybe they'll come slow for the first day.
Maybe. You could be right. I mean, seeing how Terra 6 played that one, I think that game was heavily dependent on everything going right for them. So that is something I would expect them to work a little bit more towards, because they are more of a reactive team than proactive, right? They stayed in the space. They're defending the space. They did everything right at that stage. But what happens when you don't have the same setups again, right? And that's why the wild card is here. You're going to get very different zone interpretations. We're going to have different roll-ups, different setups, and different teams as well going through these group stages. So every single strategy that you have to use every single thing, because like you said, it's the wild card region. So things will get wild because you don't have a lot of time to know your opposition that well. Seeing that, again, different teams, different styles, different regions, different countries, all coming together for only 5 slots.
Well, at least it's 5 slots. You can imagine if it was 3 slots, then that would have been big of a mess here. But at least you're on 5 slots, and I know regions like Mauritius here, Madagascar, we might be seeing them trying to battle it out there. They have really strong teams, but again, I don't want to put myself in the limelight just yet. I want to experience the game here with Priest and see how the wildcard is going to be. And then again, see which region is going to be making us excited there in that comment section.
Exactly. Speaking of comment section, right? I do want to get more predictions. We got some predictions in the previous game, but some people did not predict Terra 6. So now let's get your predictions for this game. Who do you think is taking Miramar? I mean, it's match number 2. So who do you think is taking this game? Do we have a different team on our minds? Or because the guys from Elevate, right, they started very strongly, right? They wanted to show dominance in the lobby, but they got pulled apart because they got a little bit too complacent, trying to hold too many angles, and the play zone was not too favorable for them. That they ran into, I believe it was a guy from Sovereign that put them back into the lobby, and that's a team that has significantly just as much firepower as them. And this is why we talk about how tough this region is, right? It's very, very tough. And this Miramar game is going to give us a little bit of a sneak peek on who's tougher than the other going forward.
Yeah, well, I cannot wait to see how this goes. Asking me about a prediction, that's not a good thing to do. I mean, I just got here, Priest. I don't think you ask your guests to cook for you. You just cook for them first, Stop putting me in the limelight here. But I'm going to make my prediction maybe from the 3rd game now. But so far, we have the game still. I'm yet to see what's going to be happening here in Miramar. It is just the first Miramar. Of course, the second match of the day with that fight, but looking quite good. Puerto Paraiso, areas of Hacienda del Patron, San Martin, La Bendita, Impala, Picado. These are areas I'm expecting teams to take over and maybe give us a bit of some action just by the fast zone rotation. But of course, it's going to take time for the teams to adjust and again try and get eliminations. But one thing I love about the first day of every single day in every tournament is that the first day you will always see some, not all teams, trying to be as aggressive as possible, and others will be very passive. And as you can see already, we do have a team here, might be losing a little bit too early. Two players from their team have already been taken down, and they are not going to be having a good start here. Losing numbers this early, definitely not a good start for the teams. But we'll just wait and see how it goes. Then again, this is definitely the wild card, so everything we see here will be a little bit wild for us. And who are we to judge? But just see what is actually happening. But so far, chat, which team are you guys supporting? Just like Chris said, make your predictions in the comment section. We'll see how it goes. I saw someone saying Rage Esports giving us that chicken dinner in Miramar. Well, Rage Esports is definitely a strong team, so I'm expecting more from them, especially with these qualifiers. They need to step up and, live up to their name. They have dominated time and time again. Well, rumors say that that is the team that is going to be giving RJC a run for their money together with Elevate. But again, we all have to wait till PMGO Africa Finals to see if that's the case or not. So we'll just have to wait it out. But so far, we have areas of Impala, we have BBC, we have SO also here. SO, you can know them with that very interesting profile rather for their team. Their logo is really good. Very interesting. And we have BBC here as well, a team that we're waiting to see more coming from their side. And we'll wait to see if that's going to be the case. For Priest, though, I don't know what his case is like.
I mean, yeah, you did talk about BBC. I think you mentioned loving BBC at some point. I do remember you saying that.
Me?
You do love some. You love the guys from BBC. You love BBC a lot. I remember you saying that in a different setup, in a different conversation. So Chad, Mitch is rooting for BBC. She's an avid lover of BBC. So BBC, you have a friend.
What's the BBC name in full?
Is it not like BBC?
I don't know.
BBC. We don't know. Why are you denying your favorite team, man? Like, what are you saying?
I only know of Rage Esports. What do you mean?
Why are you lying? That you don't know BBC?
Well, chat, anything you hear from Priest is a lie. Everything he's saying right now is a lie, chat. Do not listen to Priest if you're looking to have a good day here. Priest is definitely lying.
Chat, she's denying. We know what we're talking about here, man. But it's fine. It's all good. But either way,
Yes.
on the horizon, we're set up quite nicely though. Ideas for this eastern side, we do have teams that do love to play a little bit closer to Picado there. And speaking of the BBC, Mitch's favorite team, they're already putting action, and Dracaris turns one into smoke, firing away. And that's what we love to see, action raining off. 2 eliminations already for the BBC. I mean, I'm sure Mitch is loving this one, man. I'm sure you're loving this now.
I'm honestly, chat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to understand what is happening here. BBC, where's BBC from? But I'm just gonna let Chris be here. And I see a team here that I also am familiar with, that is Zeus Morris. So I'm going to see if they're going to be doing a number here for this tournament. They need to step up to the challenge, and put their name in that leaderboard. I mean, we have already finished one region so far here, Priest, and we already know that the teams that are going to be representing Kenya in PMGO Africa Finals. So now it's all up to, Nigeria, South Africa, and then wildcard. So again, our predictions are a bit shaky, but Priest, with how the teams are going so far, we do know all these teams. Which teams are you basically placing your cards on for wildcard?
I think Double RG's got it. I think they got it. I think Zeus as well, a little bit closer. Even the guys from RGX, there's a little bit more towards their ballpark than anyone else. But I would like to be impressed. You know, I mean, we just saw Terra Six take a chicken dinner comfortably, and War as well elevate. You know, so it's going to be one for the books to see how these teams participate going forward. But I would be very impressed if we get, one of those teams that we're not too familiar with. I'm always going to root
Mm-hmm.
for the underdog, those teams that we don't know about them too much, that haven't, broken into this top tier competitive scene in the African region before. So I would always give those teams more benefit of the doubt than other teams that I've already seen what they're capable of to some degree. So
Mm-hmm.
again, I would be looking forward to a brand new performance, a brand new team setting the standard or showing that, oh, we've gotten an opportunity to get to this stage. So we're going to show everyone what we're capable of, just like, the four monsters right now. So we want to see how capable a team like that can be. But outside of
Mm.
that, we've got the likes of Mazor in here, Mazor, SO, Double RG, Zeus, RGX.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So I mean, there's a lot of heavy hitters in the wild card
Mm-hmm.
region. So I think we're going to be in for a major ride.
Yeah, I think that's why they got the whole 5 slots for wildcard, because the teams are really wild here, are very many. So they deserve at least a platform where they can be well portrayed to the Africa community, and then in that global stage. And I heard you talk about something interesting as well. There we had you were talking about the PMGC points. So you said that for PMGO season 2 it carries more weight than PMGO season 1. That's what you said.
Yeah, I was spitting facts. Yeah.
So
You'll
with that said, really, I was listening and I was asking myself. With that said, if our team gets more points than RJC compared to PMGO season 1, do
yeah.
they get to qualify to PMGC?
I mean, it's still a cumulative thing, right? You still have to
Yeah.
get more points than RJC across both PMGO seasons, right?
Mm.
So the PMGO season 1 plus season 2. So we are still looking at the heavy hitters, right? We're still looking at those
Yeah. Yeah.
teams that were chasing RJC even in the PMGO finals. Those
Yeah.
teams. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
teams that we're going to keep our eyes on because those are the teams that can really, hurt RJC in their chase for global domination. So if you're looking at the likes of Elevate,
Yep.
the guys from Mo and Double RG, the likes of those teams,
Polai.
if they do have a better season 2, significantly better than RJC, then yeah, the RJC could be in trouble.
Wow. Okay. So RJC could be in trouble. See that I know for Regi Sports, or rather Astra Creatives, I know they have been able to portray themselves as a really, really good team. That is definitely a given. Even for Elevate, more you've mentioned. I'm trying to see if they're going to be able to do this thing that RJC is onto something. But so far, we'll be seeing the Titans are taking on Regi Sports. Two teammates knocked off that vehicle with a very, very bad spray there, and that will be leaving Rage Esports down to 2 players just remaining. I think this is a bad start for them. If they're looking to qualify, they shouldn't be taking on fights
Polai.
at randoms as early as now.
Yeah, way too early to be getting into these types of squabbles. You don't want to be losing teammates at this early stage. And again, this is another one of the teams that we're talking about. Right? Double RG losing players this early in the game, losing out as well in a Miramar where this is going to be your first game of the day, right? It would have been different if they
Mhm.
had played in the Erangel in the previous game, but they haven't played Erangel yet, and they are much stronger in that map. But starting the day with Miramar
Polai.
and losing players just roughly out of phase 2 of the circle, you don't want that. you do not want that, especially for a team that is chasing PMGC. Like we just said, this is not something you want to do. But even at that, right, the pressure is going to be on them, because right now RJC, they've done everything right up until this stage,
Okay.
right? RJC has done
Yeah.
everything right. All they have to do now is just stick to the script and glide through. But it is up to WRG to put the pressure on them. That's really the truth. It's really up to them to put the pressure on. And again, the gap between our double RG and the rest of the lobby is not that large, right? The likes of Mazor, RGX, even the guys from Zeus, Sovereign, all of these teams, they are not too far out, right? They're not too far out. But so we're going to see if that is going to be the case for them in their own push towards PMGO.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The praise here coming from Priest is very clear. We just have to wait and see if Priest is giving us facts or just stories to keep us entertained here in the live stream. But Mazer Gaming, they do have a team, the Magicians, right beneath them. Another team. I'm not sure where the magicians have been before. When we were doing PMGO season 1, we had the magicians really, really coming up quite strong. But right now, I'm not sure if that's the case. We'll have to wait and see if they'll still have the same energy, or we're going to be having them taking it slow and trying to get the PMGC points that Priest is telling us about. But let's just give it time. Probably things will change along the way, and then we'll have the teams catching up and giving us different teams joining the party here in the top 5.
You're right. You're absolutely right. There's so many different ways for this to go, though, because right now Mazor, again, they are one of those teams that we've seen handle pressure quite nicely before. They've gone toe to toe with a lot of teams, if I'm being honest, and they've come out on top majority of the time. And I would like to keep my eyes on them either way to see if there's a chance that they can replicate that performance or those performances in the past. If they can do the exact same thing here, then that will give us something to look out for going forward. But we will see, because Four Monsters right now and Alpha Base, there's a chance that they want to go out of this one, get caught out and immediately gets flushed. Again, that will deter Four Monsters from pressing this any further. I'm pretty sure this is one of those things that we talk about, teams that don't have that much experience, because there's no reason to go straight on or head on into a dip like position like this, valley position, exposing yourself. Alpha Base already knew that they were there. They sent Goat all the way in, immediately gets pulled out of his vehicle, immediately gets flushed as well in one sequence. That is what makes these things very, very tough. And this is how you know teams that haven't just figured out, how they want to play in a lobby like this. And unfortunate for the guys from Four Monsters, but they will be losing a player there to Alpha Base. And Zeus Morris, on the other hand, trying to hold this one down. And it looks like Thorfinn has to press forward. And I don't think they want to allow him to deal with the reset on, and another grenade is going to be launched over the top side there, forcing the issue and forcing them back. Good defensive measures there from Zeus. They will not allow the guys from FL Esports to get a little bit closer, and that is how you do a job, and that is how you show that you understand what it takes to defend your position.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare to see teams that understand what they need to do when their teammate is knocked. Most of them are usually trying to get cover fire, and no one is really focusing on that revive. But of course, we are going to be witnessing players with talents portraying it here in the live stream. But so far, with that zone about to close in, Chumacera might be a little bit on the safest side to be in right now, but we'll wait the zone to decide for us. They're Mazer Gaming, though. They need to look into that zone. You have Mimo Gaming also very close to them. They will be trying to get closer, but for red, the magicians are finally here. We have Lex and the teammates, Dakuma. They are very much exposed. Their aim god goes down, but Duck will not be surviving that one. And for Lex, he needs to go in again and think about the push here. Are they really trying to get on the players for magicians to go back? Or will they be the first ones to be eliminated if they try to take on this fight with an amazing flank here from Kelvin? The amount of drama he can cause just with this rotation, he can make it so hard for Red to survive this fight.
It's going to be a very, very rough encounter here because the Magicians are not going to let this one slide. Akuma's still knocked away though, and Rambo is just in the back lines there, causing commotion. Lex pulls up onto the scene as well, and he wants to close that gap just a little bit further. Kelvin also applying some more pressure, adding a little bit more of spice there, but Sinner is going to put that one to the end. Lex goes down. Magicians going to give them a little bit of that abracadabra movement as the Kuma finally gets flushed out, courtesy of another team that just pulled up to the mix. It is WLKZ is the one that gets the job done, and he snatches that one all the way through. It looks like Rambo might biting off a little bit more than he can chew there. He is, I believe, AFK, and things are not looking too good right now for Red Coast. Again, one of the newer teams in the mix. It doesn't look like they will be surviving this one a little bit closer, but unfortunately for them, the Magicians will come out on top, snap their fingers, get the eliminations. And now it looks like the guys from WL want a piece of the action as well, as they will drop another one. Wasp goes down. Guys from Red getting caught out. And this is not a good idea, though, from Casey. Doesn't look like he has a clear sight line to press this forward. Warlords, I mean, I can respect the fact that they want to take this on, but it's going to cost them a lot of intel if they do try to hold this all the way through. Casey surely has a better idea on this, but if they do manage to close this down, the Magicians could be in a world of trouble here. Casey has been looking for a little bit of an entry position as the guys from Red have been eliminated surely, but now Warlords can focus on the Magicians.
Yeah, they can focus on the Magicians, but they have to be careful though. I've seen another team trying to creep in on them. They might be looking to go in for that push as well, but Calvin's still going on with that push, looking for a loophole. That is Mimo Gaming. I can see them right on the southern side of where we have the Wolves, and Magicians cannot go in for that push just yet because they have a lot going on here. Warlords are just there waiting for them. They do know there's a team there. They're just looking for the perfect opportunity to be able to engage. For Zeus Morris, though, we'll be seeing them being a sandwich here. They will be in the middle of two teams. We do have a view here from Kevin. He is able to spot the opponents on the high grounds. They know there's a team there, but for how long will they be able to maintain that compound? See that every single side right now is basically occupied by teams that are looking to get on some points from them. I will just have to wait it out and see how this goes. But so far, so good. I feel like the teams are really putting in the work. They're definitely looking for the points that they need to stay up that leaderboard and also qualify to that next stage. But so far, Priest here, I feel like even the underdogs are really trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, you can see it, right? You can feel it in the way that they are playing. Alpha Base now trying to hold on for dear life against the guys from Titans, but Gold is going to have something to drop through for them. They lose another. And the rotations have caused a little bit of commotion into that position as well. It's very, very problematic the way they've been caught out, but we'll see how they can potentially turn this around. It could go either way though, if they can close something around those positions. And again, even the guys from Alpha Base, right? We saw how potentially they could have turned this around, but they're absolutely overwhelmed just because of the angles that they create for themselves. And that is where there has been so many different problems for them. But hopefully, Luga's probably going to have to learn and pop out just a little bit more in the next game. But again, this is match number 1. But the Titans have, they're acting like this isn't new to them, right? They're acting like they've been here before. And this is exactly what I love to see.
Yeah, we love to see it happening. Titans know their game. They know what they need to do to get what they deserve, and they're definitely working for it right now. The players from Zeus, Maurice, we can see Stone trying to get the rotation here, and Alpha Base is just in front of them, and that is just one player who's going to be holding it out there and stay as for as long as he can. For Palabala, the last two players standing from Astra Creatives, they do have the players here for Seems outplayed. They're about to get outplayed here by the players from Astra Creatives. Nicely done. That will be Slazy with the reflex as usual. This is not something new. We have seen him play like this before. We know his capabilities and what he can do for a team. I mean, seeing this team as a duo is not a big deal, honestly. They have good synergy. They know what they want to do. They know what to look at. And immediately when I say that, Palabala is able to get that knock there, and they will keep on going. Seems outplayed. They're not having a good day here, and it is because of Astra Creatives.
Yeah, they're getting creative with it though. Palabala tried to hold it on, and he did manage to see it through. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade. Luga is sent back to the gulag. End of the road for him. Titans are putting belt to everyone. 7 on the bounce, and they're getting more and more confident with each Infinity Stone they collect. In each body they drop over to the lines there. Gold is still yet to secure any eliminations though, but he has been dealing a significant amount of damage, and that's how you understand that this guy might be the IGL. And again, leading them front and center, putting them in the right positions to cause chaos, to wreak havoc. Seems outplayed. Also trying to make something happen in that northeastern side of the zone. They do have a lot of terrain to play around, though. They can put themselves inside of defensive positions and cover their lines, exposed from the likes of Pala and Slazy. If they can stay fit inside of that northeastern corner, maybe they can make something happen from that position. But right now, Mazor and the guys from Zeus Morris, there's a chance that these two big dogs might start taking shots across the board. Kevin has spotted Aatrox, sends a couple of shots in his way as well. Thorfinn immediately getting swept back to the lobby. 3 eliminations though so far for Zeus Morris, and the game is getting a little bit slower for them. They have to reposition and get into a better spot, because Warlords have them cornered as well. It's going to be a very interesting rotation going into the later phases of this game, Mitch, because it looks like there's so many teams having the same idea.
Yes, there is. And you can see with how they're taking on the fights, it seems like everyone is looking for one specific place that everyone has already calculated even before the teams make it there. But we wait to see if that's going to be something that will be causing a massive clash between the teams. And we'll be here to see it all. But for a team right now, that is Zeus as well, looking to make it into the zone. Magicians also making their rotations. BBCs will be going back to lobby again. I do not know who said that is my favorite team. I'm still looking for it. But the Magicians will be making them disappear from this lobby. And of course, for my prediction, because again, I don't know what was happening there, but the Warlords, they're still looking for more. They do know what's at stake. It is basically qualifying. The top 5 slots are looking so close yet so far, and all they need to do is make it work. For the Warlords, though, here, Priest, I like that they still have enough elimination points, but they need to get going. 4 is okay, but how much more can they get to be able to stay as top most position in that leaderboard as they can?
Where you can see how they are set up in the south side, as KC still plays in behind, gathering some more intel to make sure that they're not going to be ambushed. Titans, on the other hand, also in that northern side, potentially running into the guys from Zeus and Mazor. There is a big chance that they might start to lose bodies here. They have added another one into the notch there. They're up 8 eliminations now. Potentially, they're on their way to secure double digits. Again, this is how we saw Noir and Elevate play in the previous game. They played exactly like this, no holds barred. But towards the later stages of the game, they started to get spread out a little bit too thin, and they couldn't hold their angles just right, and that is how they lost the game. But they did secure the elimination. So I think the Titans are going to have a similar idea, similar result as well, seeing as that northern side is going to be very, very overwhelming. Zeus, unfortunately, will be getting swept aside there. Joseph goes down for seems outplayed. They're getting outplayed here by Titans and every single team that is trying to force the issue on that northern side. But right now, we've got AET, I believe, with their last man over to the top side there. Ideas coming through from Titan. They're trying to squeeze the rest of the lobby from that northern side. You can see that that's the plan for them, but we will see. If Aether Seneca have something to say about this one, they might be able to snatch just some eliminations from the jaws of some of these teams in this area.
Well, everyone loves to still here and there. It does give you some excitement at the end of the day, some satisfaction while you're playing the game. But we have Rage Esports right now. They are very aware that there's a team there with them. They're not really comfortable with taking on the fight just yet. They're waiting for the team to make the first move. For the players from Titan, sorry, they already have 9 eliminations. The last time you were here, they had 6. I don't know where the other 3 came from, but they somehow added three more, and they are 9 eliminations, and they are not done just yet. For Maze are trying to make their rotations. We have a team here trying to keep every single rotation happening from the sides. They do know there's a team getting closer, but they cannot go in just yet. Federal cooking up a nice grenade, looking for a Kobe. One of the teammates already, that will be Kairos, going down. They are getting third party. This is the pain of Miramar. There is always someone watching. There is always someone trying to see how can they benefit from the fact that the terrain in Miramar can give you such an amazing advantage that you don't even have to engage to get eliminations throughout the game here, Priest.
Yeah, that terrain, major advantage for some of those teams that do like to position themselves, especially in the high ground. And right now, that team will be Warlords. They add a little bit more to close the gap just a little bit further. It's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic, though, for the guys from the Magicians, because Warlords have everything going in their favor right now in the south side. All they have to do now is close the gap between themselves and the guys from the Magicians and watch out for Maze or on the western side. The Titans now making a quick dash for it, playing a little bit more central, and it is a now or never scenario for them as they lead the charge and get a little bit closer to where the action is going to be brewing through. Abdi and Casey play a little bit close. Again, Warlords perfectly positioned here. They're doing everything right, playing in a 2-2 split, but I spoke too soon because that is the danger with the split. You get caught in transition, and it looks like Matrix might be the one getting caught out here, but fortunately, again, for him, his teammates are too far out. They will lose one of their front men, Mitch, and this is not what you want at this stage of the zone.
It is not what you want at all. Losing the numbers when it's almost over, it becomes close to impossible to get your chicken dinner because you need every single player in your team to make this work. Astra Creatives, they do have a team really close to them. We do have players from Titans. They're applying pressure on Federal as they try to see where is this player exactly. Grenades are being launched, being spotted. I am not a fan of Miramar, but it seems like that is going to be the end of Mazer getting eliminated just like that. Titans as well getting exposed. We do have every single opportunity to get as many eliminations as they want, but they just have to figure out how they're going to be living without losing all their numbers. Titans, Coleman are waiting for the opportunity to go in for that push. He's lucky that we do have the Magicians coming from the back. They're going in for that push. We might be seeing something happening there, but I thought it was going to be the Magicians doing something. But just like that, the Magicians as well have been taken out of the game. And I am still looking at what Chris said, and it seems like the teams that not many people are mentioning are actually dominating the game as we continue with the match right now.
Exactly. Warlords, Titans, all of these teams have ideas on how they want to close this down with, but Double RG, you cannot sleep on them as well. Seems outplayed, also playing it a little bit slower and closer to the vest there. There's a chance that they might lose their players, but here Titans now under siege, and they were not expecting this one because Lamella also takes a couple of hits there from Casey. Warlords trying to hold the high ground position, and they do have Vampire just up in front. There's a fantastic position right now for the Warlords, and Lamella is going to get caught immediately, getting stung by the Vampire. Blood drawn away there. Trouble for the Titans. They've had a fantastic game, but I did talk about how they've played this game so far. They have been farming and getting the eliminations, but they've also been stretched very thin to cover all of the bases. They will play with a split and with a man up front, and that will be a major risk, and it looks like that risk is not going to pay off for them at this stage. You can see Romario and Lamella playing in behind Coleman on the other side, but they don't have the high ground advantage, and that is where Warlords is about to rain chaos and loathe the rest of these teams on the ground scheme of things right now, because Seneca, that's going to be the end of the road for Skull, and now we're down to 4 teams. Sprays come through from Abdi, no chance for Seams outplayed, exposed, and Impulse goes down as well. 2 bodies now caught for the guys from Seams outplayed. It doesn't look like there's going to be more done, but Samurai is going to be spotted there by Pala, and that's going to be the end of the road. They go out in 4th, and Double RG now, we know exactly what these guys are made of, but can they press forward against the Warlords who have rained war on this lobby? Slazy's grenade getting charged up, launches that one perfectly up the top side, but doesn't connect. Double RG very equal to the task here. On the other side, Titans are now going to use the opportunity to take that one through, but Lamella is going to peek out. He gets knocked away for the second time, and Coleman immediately goes for the flush, and that is the danger danger now. Warlords under siege. Somehow Titans have capitalized on that open space. And here comes Double RG. Slazy has now found the opportunity to advance his position just a little bit over to the high ground angles there. Pala's now pressing forward. Slazy in behind. And now there's two for one special. Trades off over to the right hand side. And now the guys from Double RG, surely they've been here before. They know exactly what to do. Trading off one for the other. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They will get absolutely overwhelmed. But Pala immediately goes for the flush and goes for the wrap through. And now that will be the end of the Titans. They will be slain by Double RG. Pala's been there before. He's been there again. But no dice this time around. Grenade from Lamella Ball as he launched that one over the top side. And now somehow, some way, Titans against Warlords in the 2 versus 2 special. Vehicle from Casey. He has been absolutely phenomenal for the Warlords at this stage. Surely now the job will be done. They launch another grenade to cause a little bit more commotion. Do they know that Romario's knocked away? Lamella still caused a little bit of chaos on that position in the southwestern corner, but Lamella has to press a little bit further now. Here comes the S12K in terms sequence, tries to pop over the top side. Does he make it happen? Phase over the left. Yes, he does get the drop. And here comes Lamella in a 1v1, but he loses out to the Titans.
I mean, at first there, I thought we were going to see Warlords giving us that chicken dinner. Somehow the reflex was just perfect, but Titans will not be letting this one slide. Weird asked this team, where were they before? And they are just here. They are finally stepping up the challenge in the wildcard games, and they have an idea, and it is coming to play. They finally got the chicken dinner in the first Miramar of their night. Congratulations to the Titans for securing the chicken dinner in Miramar. Well played. What a nice game here. The Warlords, they definitely were onto something, but I'm not sure what happened there. They just lost the numbers along the way. They tried going for that push. They did not have a good one, but when Rage Esports came in, that is when everything became so different. They started losing numbers. Everyone started getting exposed to being part of this fight between Astra Creatives and the Titans, but the Titans were not ready to fumble this one, being the first Miramar of the night. What an amazing start here for Miramar Priest. I honestly have enjoyed this game, and I cannot wait to see what actually happened after this game.
Yeah, I mean, that gives you a clear understanding, right? Warlords did everything right, but Casey was, you could tell he was leading the charge. He played in behind. He did everything right, and they did secure all of those eliminations, and they looked very, very comfortable up until Double RG pulled up into the mix, though, because these guys, they consistently were on the edge. They were fighting Titans, fighting Double RG, fighting teams I played, fighting all of these teams at the exact same time. It was very, very tough, and this is exactly what I was expecting to happen from them, because again, they were playing a little bit of a split towards the southwestern side, playing a little bit closer to the top of the hill. You know, they were trying to hold the high ground position, and that is actually what wins them the game. They didn't give away the high ground position. I believe that was the strategy. That was the plan. Stay up. Do not allow the guys from Double RG or Titans to get up on this high ground. That is the only leverage that we have, and we have to hold on to it. Even though we get overwhelmed, even though there's too many enemies surrounding us, as long as they don't get up, we will be fine. And I think that was the information Casey was trying to pass across, and I think they stuck with it, and that saw them win the game. But Double RG, though, you gotta be careful, man. Those guys, man, they put the fear of God into them, into that final push, and I think that was what made things get a little bit shaky for them, but you know, luckily for them, that's the beauty of third parties, right? Lamella's grenade launched perfectly to shut that down, because if that grenade did not come at that time, Warlord were in for something nasty.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Warlords there did not expect what happened here. They did not see it coming. They were just in the middle, and unfortunate for them, we had a team like Regis with the Astra Creatives going in for that push. I mean, Bala, that is impressive. From the time they were playing Seems outplayed, and now he comes in for that push. We see him getting that knock. Lazy gets eliminated, and Bala is still going. He's not flinching. He's not thinking about, okay, let me smoke up the area and now decide what to do next. He just went for that fight. So honestly, that is a good one. And just like we said in Miramar, the terrain is everything. The terrain in Miramar, as long as you understand it, you get the upper hand. But if you don't understand it, then like you mentioned, playing in that ditch every single time, and then you're going to be forced to go up that hill, that is where it all gets a little bit messy for the team. But GG's to you, Titans, for that amazing chicken dinner in the first Miramar of the night.
Yeah, they looked very confident. They looked very, very confident. For a team that I don't know about, they were very confident. They looked very good. And that's what I love to see, right? And I talk about those teams that we don't know about, right? They stay very, very solid. They stick with the game and they're very, very confident with how they see the game through. 6 eliminations there for Coleman, who was arguably the best front man for the Titans there. 1200 on the board for him as well. And he did also secure a grenade elimination. Zeus Thomas was also in the conversations, did travel with the bullets there, 266 meters, and then we still had someone from Mazor get on the scorecards, traveling 12,000 kilometers. Don't know how he traveled all this distance, only for Mazor to get eliminated when they did. Hopefully their traveling will yield some significant results going into the next game.
Well, hopefully, if we put it that way, well, we can all say hopefully that it makes sense. But for the match summary here in match 2, 57 eliminations with 63 knocks. A couple of revives actually happened here. 4 great eliminations. We have seen them as well. But I'm still yet to feel that very intense grenade moment. I've not seen crazy grenades being tossed towards one team. I'm just seeing at least 1, 2 being tossed here and there, but I'm not seeing at least 10 being tossed to just one team. That is something I'm still waiting to see. 11 headshots, people are onto something here. 2 vehicle eliminations though, that is a painful send-off there. Being a team that has been eliminated using the vehicle is just not it. It was kind of not good. I don't know how to explain how that feels, but I know it's not a good feeling to go off the game like that. But Christian, looking at the damage graph,
yeah, Coleman in the front lines, significantly clear of all of the opposition there for the Titans. I mean, that should tell you something different. 3,000 in that number 1 spot, accompanied by 1,700. I mean, yeah, he's also someone we're gonna have to keep our eyes on for this one right here. But the Magicians did have someone in the
sometimes a lot for the team to go even on that first place when it comes to the graph. Well, top most damage in the game, and we have the Titans leading there. We saw that happen, and we had them giving out a lot of damage. I expected Rage to maybe be on the second place with how much damage they were dealing, even though they did not have a lot of eliminations, but well, we have them there on 5th place. But the MVP for match number 2, it goes to TT Conman. That is a Titan player, giving us 6 eliminations, a damage of 1,274 with 6 total knocks, 4 assists, a good amount of survival time. And honestly, Coleman, we have seen him do this, and he was actually quite vigilant there with the play. He was getting so many knocks, confirming every single knock. He was not stopping at any point, and that is what we like to see. A player that knows what brought them here and what they're looking to do at the end of the day. So good stuff there coming from you, Coleman, and for getting the MVP player after match 2. For the head-to-head here, we do have Coleman and Abdi for the top players. Coleman with the 6 eliminations, and Abdi with the 3 eliminations. The damage honestly at 600 for Abdi, and with Coleman at 1274. These two, we have seen them dominating back and forth. Both players have been able to get a lot of damage for the team. They have been able to secure a couple of knocks and confirming those eliminations while at it. So big shout out to Coleman and Abdi for having that head-to-head. But at the end of the day, I know most of the players are looking to be as high on that MVP title, but not now just yet. They have to get towards the final. But when you test your waters now, that is when you know your capabilities, and that means Coleman and Abdi, with how they're playing, they might be looking to get something going on here. We'll just have to wait and see whether we'll be having Coleman's getting at least the MVP title along the way, or even if their team qualifies, will we be seeing Coleman's name again on that leaderboard? Will he be dominating? Will he be giving us something to talk about? I actually expected to see Pala here as well. The reflexes, the damage, the eliminations coming from Pala were really good, but we'll see where he comes in a little bit later, and we'll see what we'll say about Pala Bala then. For the head-to-head for the teams here, we do have the Warlords, and for the players from Titans, 15 eliminations to their name. That is a big amount of points there coming from their side. A damage of 3,000 from them as well. For the Warlords, we have them getting 9 eliminations, a damage of 1,774. They were almost at the same bracket here. We have players like Ali who contributed at least 600 from the total damage for the Warlords, and then for the Titans, we again have to talk about Coleman, who gave it at least 1,200 points just on the total damage coming from the team. But looking at these two teams, we are going to be seeing more of them. I'm sure about it. We just have to see how far they will be going when it comes to the wildcard bracket, when it comes to overall ranking, where will we be seeing Titan Esports and Warlords when their overall results, are finally portrayed, and will they stay with the same play when we head on over into PMNC Wildcard Finals. So I'm going to wait and see how that actually goes, whether we're going to be having more of them or not. But so far, so good. Chat, you can tell us. I've not seen anyone make a prediction there on Titans or Warlords, so I'm yet to see that happening. But if you know the two teams and you were looking to make predictions on them, you should probably place your cards on them, and then you might be able to be happy with that. Again, remember to give us your prediction. We'll be waiting to see how that goes. If we have people who make good predictions and those that just make 50-50 predictions, they're not sure how to go about their predictions. But so far, so good. I think the Titans are sitting in a very comfortable position when it comes to overall ranking that I cannot wait to see, because with just this game, they might have gotten good amount of points when it comes to overall rankings. But we'll wait and see. Honestly, could take a while, but we'll definitely wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what the rankings are going to look like. Remember, the goal is to make it to the finals first. When you make it to the finals, then you got to worry about making it to the top 5 of the finals. Then you get one shot straight to PMGO. Like we said earlier on, we have our first set of teams that have made it into PMGO Africa Season 2. We saw the guys from No Pressure, Rescue Esports, and Rush Esports from Kenya in the LAN finals yesterday, making history for themselves, getting their shot to the global stages one step closer. That is what the stakes are. And now 13 slots are left open in that PMGO final, so that is where the all eyes are going to be on, to see who's going to at least make their own mark and get across the line and secure themselves into that stage as well. I think we're also going to have the South African teams go up against it later this week. And then we have Nigeria also coming up. There's so much action on our plate, but we will see who's going to do a little bit more to see these games through and get themselves into the PMGO finals. But remember, that is the goal for all of these teams. That is what they're fighting for, a chance at the PMGO Africa finals. And right now, it's tougher. It's getting tougher by the minute. Based off of this game that we just saw, it's tougher.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at first it looked easy, when we were looking at, even for a region like Kenya, we had direct predictions where to say, I'm pretty sure this team is going to be the one that is going to qualify, and then we come into the finals and then everything just goes just different. But of course, we cannot predict just yet for a region like Wildcard. Again, like we said, it's a wild region. So for now, we'll be taking a very short break, and then we'll be right back to have our third game of the night.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, it is showtime. We are back, and you are watching on your screens the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the group stages. It is the wild card region. Match number 3. It is Priest on the mic, and I'm joined by the amazing Mitch. Mitch, we've had 2 games go down. Very, very different games, but very similar in results, very similar in outputs, and very similar in resolve. Now we have a little bit of an interesting dynamic from what we've seen. We've seen all of the groups play, right? We've seen all of the teams play now. So we have our eyes on some specific teams. Some teams have not lived up to the hype just yet, but some teams have the opportunity and they have taken it. The likes of Terra 6 and the likes of Titan, the likes of Warlord. Now, it is now time for those teams to interchange things just a little bit more and see who wants it more. It is our third game of the night. It is Erangel. What are your expectations?
Well, this being a wrangle, this being a map where we have teams that are very familiar with this map. I'm expecting some strong teams taking on this map, Erangel. I hope, but I see we've changed the groups. Right now we're in Group A and Group C, so we'll have to see the teams that are participating here, and then we can go ahead and see which team I think is going to do a good job. But talking about teams, I think Sovereign is also a very strong team, so I'm probably vouching for them to do more in Erangel, being a familiar map. It's like Rondo Priest. It's a cheat code. It's an easy map that everyone knows about. They know every single angle of Erangel, so why should it be hard, right?
Absolutely. And again, it's something worth understanding that some of these teams, they're still yet to understand what the lobby is like. I think that's this is the stage that allows for testing, trials, seeing what works, seeing what you can get away with, seeing what can lead you astray here. So we're going to see what if some teams understand what is at stake and if they can actually repertoire themselves to set up quite nicely. But we will see. We will see if that's going to be the case. But right now we've got a play zone that drives up north. We did have a plane path as well that cut through the exact same way. And it looks like Saverny is going to be up for grabs. And that place, I think Saverny shooting range, I think that area is going to be an area to watch, Mitch. I think that area.
Yeah, but why is no one taking up Savarni? I mean, Savarni is such a nice place to be in. It always has good loot. There's a loot truck there. If you're lucky to pass by, you get fast hand level 3 items. I'm not sure why they're not taking on Savarni, but of course, maybe later on, maybe another angle they'll come and try and have a peek of Savarni. But so far, we have areas like Mutu Base. There are 2 teams already. Wow. There will be something happening there. The Red and the Glories will be forced to take on an early fight. Elevate Esports. Finally, we're getting to see them here. We did not see them in the previous group, and I just want to see how they will be performing. They were in that first game, but now they're back. I just need more of Elevate, a team that, Priest, in case you didn't hear me say, but rumor has it that Elevate Esports might be looking to take out RJC this season too.
I mean, if you're gonna go in, you might as well go big, right? That's just it. If you're gonna go all out, you might as well go all out, all the way through, right? And that's something I'm expecting from a team like that, because I think they have the wherewithal. I think they have the tools to do that. I think they have what it takes to actually compete to a certain degree, but we will see how possible that can be. Even at that, the pressure is going to be on them and not RJC, though, because like you said, it's potentially a rumor, right? There's potentially a rumor to see how this actually pans out, but the pressure is still on them. Rumor or not, the pressure is still on them. RJC, the pressure is not on RJC to perform, because right now they are in the driver's seat. So all they have to do is stick to how things have been going for them, and they might decide that, okay, we have what it takes. All we have to do is stick to the script. But as it
Mhm.
stands right now, Warlords are number one on the call sheet, 19 points off of that game that they had in Miramar. And this is a very, very good start. Although it's just match number three, but even at that, heavily impressed with what I've seen from them so far. Pressure doesn't look like it's getting to them. For a team that we don't know anything about, I think we're starting to
Mhm.
learn, Mitch. I think we're really starting to learn.
Yep, we are learning. Finally, I see someone in that comment section talking about the Warlords, and that means maybe for us, we're not familiar with them, or they're players that are known in the region, and they're finally deciding that they want to be part of the esports scene. But we'll give them the grace and let them play the game and show us what they've actually got and why we have people talking about Warlords and what they can actually do. We have the previous winners here, Titans, just having a good time there, trying to loot up George Paul. Zeus Morris have gotten the basic hot drop here. They've gotten a good amount of utilities from the loot track, and they'll be enjoying that for a while. Most of the teams are just playing it safe right now, and I know that is something they're looking to keep on doing if they're trying to get as many points as possible. I feel like wildcard is the hardest region to play here, Priest, unless you've got me wrong, because it has the strongest teams: Mauritius, Madagascar, which other region I know has good strong teams? I'd say Somalia. No, Tanzania. B13. Is it the B13 from Tanzania,
Well,
or
for
am I
those of you in the
familiar with the
chat,
B13?
for those of you in the chat, let us know where B13 is from, right?
I'm sure
Because
they're from Tanzania.
there's this movie, right, that's
Mm,
called that I heard that B13. It was an African film. I'm trying to remember. I think it was a French film as well. They were speaking French in the film, but B13, that was like the name of the organization. But we will see
mm.
how it pans out. But someone in the chat tell us where B13 is from. I think they're from Tanzania though. I think you're right about that one. But again, it's always good to learn about new teams, where they're from, where the players are from. A little bit of gives us a little bit more personality. Same thing with Gamerize as well. I think that's another team that we know. We know about them, right? We know how they've played, but I don't know much about Unkind Esports. I do know that this is not their first taste of a little bit of a professional setup right now, but even at that, I'm expecting a whole lot more from them. The first game, though, they did a very good job. The first Erangel, they did a fantastic job getting themselves into those final phases of the zone. They roughly go into somewhere around zone five, but they got overwhelmed there by 6-7, and they got sent back into the lobby. But I like their rotational pattern. They are a transition team, so I'm gonna keep my eyes on majority of the teams in this lobby are transition teams though. So I think a lot of action is going to brew to during the later phases of this game because again we have a Savani shooting range northern zone. So I think that is going to cause a lot of problems for those teams that don't like to play by the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, playing by the edge of the circle is like a talent. You have to really understand how that works. Controlling the zone is not an easy task. If you can understand it, then you can do it. If you cannot understand it, then I wouldn't advise a team to try that play. Just go into that safe zone in the middle and stick to it if you don't want to control the zone. But teams like Glory, they have a very late rotation. They're coming from military base. We have RGX as well making a late rotation on the eastern side there. They might be encountering a team as they make the rotation, but someone's vehicle here from C4 Esports is about to be destroyed. We have BBC Extreme. They have been able to sport C4, trying to get at least some sprays here, but the player is lucky that the players from BBC are not willing to continue with their sprays here. Most of the locations right now seem to be pretty much occupied. If I look at this at the map right now, and the only place again that is not occupied is Severny. Why is everyone avoiding Severny? I think they have an assumption that there's always a team going to Severny, and I feel like telling them there's no one there. You just have to go there and camp. Okay, don't camp. You need elimination points.
You see, I
And
always knew you were
don't.
always going to say the truth about what you are. You see, I know what you are. You're always going to come out and say these things. Chad, you guys
But
see what
listen,
Mitch is, right?
no,
You guys see
now
what
I've always
Mitch
said I'm a
is.
camper. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
god.
Oh my
But now
goodness. You
this
see?
one for theirs is strategic, okay? It's not like me. For me, I have a plan just to make
Right.
someone's day miserable.
You know what's going? Do you know what makes this even worse? Is the fact that Savani is no longer even in the play zone. It's been shifted out. So imagine Mitch was in this lobby. She would have gone to Savani to go and hide there, only for the zone to shift away, and then force her to transition. You see, that's the thing. It's like that's why you don't have to. You see, that's why you don't have to be reactive, always proactive, and that's why I said that this zone is going to be more of Savani into shooting range area type of game, and I was right. You know, it's heavily invested in northern side. Shooting range is where you want to be right now if you want to win a game like this. Zone is going to be closing out in a couple of seconds. We'll give some teams who are still yet to figure out what they want to do and wrap around their positions. But right now, Syndica, they had a pretty slow start to the game. They did get some placement points from the Miramar game, but I think this one is going to be a very a trickier one for them. But I think they're adapting just fine, playing from that western side. They are in hospital. 2 eliminations to the good. They have secured something. It's a good start for them. RGX, this is another team that is very, very equal to the task. They got a little bit overwhelmed though in the previous game, but I think this is more around their standards, and I think those teams that do love to play a little bit closer to the center of the circle, I think they are going to enjoy this type of zone.
Yes, they are. And you can see a good number of the teams are already very safe in the safe zone. Only a few are taking on a very late rotation. They're probably trying to control their way into that zone, but they'll be encountering each other. At the end of the day, there are not only one, but almost 3 teams having the same type of play here, and they might encounter each other, and we might be seeing an amazing clash there. And I cannot wait to see how that actually plays out. But for the Titans, they do have Zeus Morris right in front of them. Some taps here coming from Miller, a player that we have seen has really good game sense and always has an agenda. He always has a plan, and I believe it is still going to be looking for that chicken dinner. They seem to be very, very conversant with the best compounds to occupy in Miramar. They did that in Erangel. Let's see if they have the same sense, and that we'll be having them dominating. They might dominate that, and we'll have to just wait and see how it plays for them here.
And we'll see if they are going to stick with the script. You know, the likes of Noir Esports again, similar idea to what they did pull off in match number 1, where they got a significant amount of eliminations. THX, though, on the other hand, it's been a very, very difficult game for them. They're taking hits on every single corner there. I think it's from Mazor, who have them in the sidelines. They continuously spray and attack the spaces. But fortunately for Noir, I think, and the guys from THX, I think they can get their numbers back up. Clean, solid smoke path allows them to reposition, and the shots are going to ring through there from Kyrios, from Azor's angles there. If I'm THX, I'm getting out of here though. No, they're not in the zone. They're not in a good position. There's a chance that they do get sandwiched out here, especially on rotation. Mazor will keep their eyes on them consistently there. I think they do have a vehicle just up front, and I think they will be able to reposition and get out of dodge. Yeah, this is the smarter play from them. Hellfire's vehicle is under siege here, but it looks like BBC are going to have to split this one across, and they will trade one off with Zeus on the sequence there. Tomas goes down. Hopefully they will try to get Overlord picked up. And again, BBC, good start for them, your favorite team, Mitch. 5 eliminations. I mean, I'm loving this, right? Are you not loving this?
I mean, I have a question. I'm actually serious. Is it a rebrand or what? Why do you keep on saying that? But let's just wait and see how this actually plays out. We do have the players from Zeus Morris applying the pressure. Fast grenade goes in, nothing happens. A second one has been launched. We do not have any damage being dealt just yet. But Kevin is trying to get some sprays here. They're not really connecting. Nice reflexes coming from Kevin. Fast player down. And he still has another one right in front of him. The teammate is there to save the day. A push is finally happening. This is like drinking water for Kevin. He's turning left and right, taking on BBC. And I believe for BBC, this might be the end of the road if they keep on playing this way. Steel Priest, is this a rebrand or what?
Yes, it's a rebrand. I was just hoping you'd figure out what rebrand it is. But either way, the zone has given us a little bit of context, though. A lot of bridge play here, similar to the zone we had in the first game, where Terra 6 took that chicken dinner and uncontested as well. Oh, Kevin Baby gets caught there. Zeus Morris had no idea the opposition teams were this close, but Regnum X now having to play a little bit closer. It's B13 who trying to get the roll up coming through there. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, but they will circle back, get a little bit closer, and it looks like they want to take this position away there onto the corner. But B13 exposed on so many different angles and on so many different fronts, they will lose out and take a lot of damage. But they will decide that they want to take a little bit closer of the drop here to the angles, but poor driving skills. I'm not sure where he got his license from, probably from Cornflakes box, because I'm not sure what kind of driving that was. But he goes back into the lobby. Dangerous plays there as Kyrios is immediately going to snap that one through. 3 eliminations for Mazor, and B13 have been divvied up and shared.
I mean, B13 here, I'm not sure why they're losing up the numbers, but it's because of how they're taking a rotation. Again, another player is taken down and immediately taken off the game, and it is not a good look for B13. I'm still trying to figure out if it is the B13 from Tanzania. They're really putting on a fight here. They're looking to get Tanzania's flag up high, and with this play for now, that might not be happening, but we'll just give them the grace to see if they'll be changing or switching up their play here into something a little bit more fruitful by the end of the day. But so far so good. 13 teams are still in the game. We are in that 4th phase of the zone. Mazor Esports will be forced to make a rotation again, move off to hill here and try go into the areas of George Bull and try get as a good of a sport here if they're looking to enjoy this 3rd game of the night. But so far, teams like C4 Esports getting their numbers dropped down one by one. And Noir, is it Noir? Noir Esports also passing by. But Priest, honestly, Noir, a team that I thought is going to do a lot here when it came to game 1. I saw them surviving quite well, but I think they're looking to redeem themselves now with this game.
I think so as well. You know, I mean, fell a little bit off from the first Erangel game, but again, this is a similar position to how Terra 6 won that game. This is a similar position to how they played as well. Looks like Dakaris, though, is going to be overwhelmed. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade on Baby, almost getting him dropped off. And now BBC, it's all left to Drakaris here. Can he turn this around? But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Knight immediately tacks that one through, and that will be the end of the road for them. They go out, not without bagging some eliminations on the way. And again, it has been a very, very tight stop and a tight drop for a majority of these teams as they've all been trying to sequence their way and find a space inside of the next phase of play in the zone. 2 eliminations though for Titan, Sovereign with 4. And they're very comfortable now playing just from this northern side. 2 split across the board there. They have a sight line onto the guys from Gamerize, though, who have made their own rotation over to the northeastern side of the map as well. And this is where it's about to get very, very spicy. We are about to move into phase 5 of the play zone. And now, if you've not picked a spot in the zone, this is where it gets nasty for you, Mitch.
Well, it's about to get very nasty for some teams. They're trying to make the rotation. I can see EXT making a very interesting rotation here. They're looking to stay by the edges of the zone. Glory is still controlling the zone. They're moving when the zone moves. They do not want to be in the center of any fight. But that compound they're looking to occupy seems to be occupied as well. We might be seeing a clash here between the 2 teams that are trying to take on a compound there on the southern side, just by the edge there. We do have teams again looking for fights there, but Regnum X will be getting Kobe there, and War is looking good with that push here. They know what they're doing. Another grenade is about to be launched. Unreal cooking up a nice one. If it actually connects, it's gonna be very Unreal, but no, that will not be happening. He still gets another grenade in. More grenades are being launched. Finally, this is what I was asking for. Keletigu is seeing the push finally happening. He doesn't change, and he gets knocked as well. Xenos, again, they had a plan, but it seems numbers are just dropping one by one. But for Noir, they have the advantage here. 2 players from FL, for Regulum, sorry, have been taken down. A nice grenade goes in. Xenos has been taken down as well. Grenades are still getting launched here. Viper not looking to get the revive just yet. Cooking up a nice grenade, but the nades, they keep bouncing off. Viper, take your time. Grenades need to connect. They do not need to bounce off every single place. They're not playing any ping pong right now. It's basically a chance for you to get your grenades working here, Priest.
The grenades are not being the best from Viper, but RGX under siege though, getting absolutely overwhelmed here by Noir. And Noir are very capable of keeping them at bay. Viper continues to smoke up the only visible path there. Hopefully he can get his teammate picked up. If he does, that might give them a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a chance to make something happen. But a fantastic grenade is launched into the corner there. Noir looking for a way to break inside. Xenos goes down, and that will be the end of the road with a beautiful grenade from Tokanet. And he packs that one through. End of the road for RGX. They go back into the lobby. Not the best start that they were looking for, but it is what they will find. Titan, on the other hand, have been spotted out. Romario almost getting pulled out of his vehicle there by Aatrox. Mazor have them in their sight lines, and they will continue to apply pressure on that area entirety for the remainder of this game. Northern side, though, is where most of the teams are trying to get their joy from. Sovereign very comfortable, THX equally as well. Amigo with a fantastic spray across the board there, manages to get the job done and does cause some problems from Syndicate. But again, it has still been no eliminations for THX. They've put themselves in a very, very good position, but they can't seem to find that final third. Noir, on the other hand, are gonna get discovered by the Titans, and the Titans, you know them, they don't take prisoners. They will put you back into the lobby, and that is exactly what they're starting to feel right now, because Madman is going to be the next victim, courtesy of Mazor. And again, Hellfire will trade one off, finally securing the first elimination for the guys from THX. But now it is all left to Hellfire and Amigo. Can they turn this around? A good grenade launch into the corner might be able to do something for them, but again, they will try to hold the lines there. And Massacre probably have to loan up a little bit more of the drop, and his grenade is good, and he drops another. But again, the numbers are favorable right now. AET again keep looking for the spaces. They try to hold this one down. Molotov into the corner there from Hellfire, trying to burn away.
Nice.
But Mushika allows another grenade. That one tries to barb it through, but unfortunately bounces off and hits him instead. The pressure will cause for concern. And AET in a world of trouble here. They will lose out, and unfortunately, it will allow for THX to rebalance, reposition, and get themselves back up. And another one will blow himself away again. THX and AET capitulating under the pressure as Belikov goes down. But fortunately for THX, again, the numbers advantage, they will continue to get themselves back up to 4.
I mean, it seems like this compound here has a problem. The grenades are just getting launched, but somehow finding their way back to the owners. That is just not it. But of course, I will not find myself in that compound ever again. For a team like Gamerize Esports, they have one of their teammates that will be... Priest. What's that name? Because at this point, I feel like I have to zoom my eyes to understand how to pronounce these names. You have to pardon me on that there. I only saw Slime or Smile as the only name I could pronounce in the team. So we're just going to give them a few names there from Kenya to get this going. But so far, the compound that we are kind of worried about, that is where THX is currently occupied. We do have Mazor Esports creeping in Federal just by the edge of the ocean, and he's waiting. I mean, by the show there, he knows that there's a team here. We have Titans right behind them. We have someone trying to swim away. Romario quite knocked, cannot be revived just yet. Crusher is there as well, might be able to get an angle on Romario. If we have Lamela trying to get the revive, that might just be the worst call coming from Lamela, but let's see if that's going to be working or not. But THX trying to make the rotation, beautifully done by Aatrox. Fast player will be knocked off that vehicle, and Aim God cannot go anywhere right now. The players are applying the pressure. Grenade coming from the players from Mazor. Another one has been launched, and this might just be the end of that player. The nades are not stopping just yet. Aim God very much low. The nades are still coming, and all we have to tell Aim God is this was a nice run for your team, but moving and rotating was just not the plan. Grenades coming from Mazor might be a big problem. We have a team coming as well. Eilish also in the same mix. They're all creeping in. Aim God, they're looking for him. The grenades are tracing him, but somehow missing the mark. Aatrox and Kairos are still looking for the player. They do not want to progress just yet. They know what's happening right now. We do have at least 3 teams in the same area, and if they move, they will be exposed. But Kairos grenade will be getting a Kobe, and we have more happening around them. Someone is about to get cooked here, and that will be Aim God going back to
Mazor are locked in. This is the Mazo that we know is very capable. Gamerize on the other side will make quick work of Sovereign, and now we're down to just 3 teams, 9 players cut across the board there. Gamerize now have to press forward and steal this position away from Mazor. Aatrox being the lone man, trying to hold this position all by himself, but it's going to be a very difficult one for him because lest we forget, we've still got BBC in the mix. Nightmare, he could be the one to turn this around for either of these teams. It is a 4-on-4 special with a solo lingering player in the horizon. Hopefully he spots one of them out, but again, a trade-off could be a game changer for any of them right now because Aatrox has a sight line over to the other side, but he doesn't want to commit. The numbers do not favor them to make that exchange. Crasher on the other part as well. They're not too far off, but they know that Nightmare is somewhere on the horizon there. He might spot him, but hopefully they do not get caught out. Mazor in a little bit of a diamond or triangle position, trying to hold every single corner here, but it really boils down to where the zone moves, where the play zone is going to decide the closeout. Play zone again gives a little bit of a clear idea there. We can see that airdrop over to that left hand side, and I think Gamerize are going to have to make a play for it, and they make the smarter play. Slater has to be very careful. That is the risk averse nature of Gamerize. They turn it up over to the other side, and they do decide to make the play for it, and it's a smarter play, and they turn off into the other side. And now here comes Nightmare. He spotted as well, takes a little bit of danger, but he's inside of the play zone, doesn't necessarily have to move around too much, and he pops through. And now Slime is going to be knocked away by Federal. MG3 straight up action, and the trade-off comes through. S12K and MG3, who's going to win in a 1v1 scenario against two of these juggernaut teams. Velezos pop fantastic grenade, cuts Federal's HP over to the other side, but he's not going to swap through. But unfortunately, the S12K will bring him down to his knees, and Finfellas as well is going to drop another and might go for the third. Oh, that's a beautiful trade-off! What a finish! Wow. And this is a perfect time for Nightmare to pull up, but unfortunately he's too far away. But Gamerize will show them the door. Mazo had no idea on this one, and here comes Slater. Drives a little bit too close for comfort, but unfortunately for him, he does make a dash for it and gets into a protective cover position. But right now, that will give them time of a day to reposition themselves quite nicely. But surely now, Mitch, the job has to be done for Gamerize.
I mean, they're about to get into a very interesting fight there. I mean, they're giving Nightmare an easy time, and he might be causing one here. In reality, the players are looking for an opportunity. A grenade goes in. Nice play from Nightmare, but that grenade almost connecting, bounces off on the rock, just covering Nightmare right now. Still trying to get some damage. The cover fire is good, and Nightmare will be retreating here, not taking on the fight just yet. We have a lot at stake here for the team here. We have a lot happening. We do have Noir getting pressure from the teammates. He needs to get the win for the team if they're looking to get their placement and their elimination points to count, if they're looking to stay up that leaderboard. But for right now, it is not looking easy. He's trying to make sure the team cannot make a rotation. He's applying the pressure, but that's not going to work just yet. Springs being spotted. The spray is good. Nightmare, one player might be able to take on a whole team just by his perfect position. The zone is pushing and the pressure needs to be applied. He wants to confirm every single elimination. We initially started with just a 3-man army going against a solo player, but Nightmare is about to wake someone from their dream, and I feel like this is going to be Fellas being the first player to be experiencing a real nightmare here from this game. A lot is about to happen. Gamerize will not be enjoying this game anymore. Fellas, all the cards are on the table. He's the only player who can make this work for the team, the only player who can make it work for Gamerize to be able to get that chicken dinner. Right now, we have the player that is Nightmare from Master Nova Noir, looking for a perfect angle on Gamerize. Fellas. He knows he's there. He doesn't want to go in too much. He's just looking for that safe zone to apply pressure on this player. He just wants it to work. He's waiting, fellas, trying to go in for that push, using the shock. I mean, Chris, right now, it was a good start, honestly. 3 players were trying to get onto one player that is Nightmare, but as you can see, something interesting is about to happen here.
Oh, wow. I thought Gamer Eyes had this one in the bag. I thought they were going to press forward, but Slater was the one that opened the floodgates, and he made that rotation over to the right side, gets knocked away, and now allows for the press to come through, and it's all left for Nightmare. Surely the job is done on his part. All he has to do now is hang on just a little bit more and allow the play zone to do what it do. But right now, Gamer Eyes, I'm sure they're kicking themselves, allowing a 3v1 to turn into a 1v1, and here comes Nightmare now. The Sandman, can he collect? And the smoke from Fellas has blocked the vision of Nightmare, so he's not aware. He doesn't know where Fellas is. Surely he sprays into the smoke and prays. A spray and pray, and hopefully his prayers get answered, but somehow Fellas has made it into the zone uncontested. And now, if you can use the smoke to perfect Unism, you might be able to creep up on Nightmare's position. And at this stage, this would be 1 million IQ worth of play if somehow Fellas can actually win this game for Gamer Eyes. Surely he wraps this through, but immediately gets himself into an off-angle position and repositions again, takes a little bit of a ditch, and he pops through, switches over to the West of K, and immediately swaps back to the M4 because he knew that was a bad idea. Tries to pop through over to the top side there, and there's no utilities now. It is all a matter of balance. DBS is out in full swing. Shotgun shells reloaded, cocked, and ready to go. But who's gonna take this one? Fellas has done a magnificent job of getting this close to Nightmare without getting blown away. But all he has to do now is see this one through, and no more utilities. There's no more grenades now. There's no more Molotovs, and he pops through over to the other side, phase off over to the top, and a 1v1 special. And here comes the angle, falls over to the right, and Nightmare from Noir Astronova is gonna put them in an astronomical position by putting Gamer Eyes to the sword, and that is an unfortunate 1v3.
I mean, what did we just witness? I said it, and that is exactly what happened. A team was asleep. They were dreaming about something, but we had Nightmare coming up there with a very nice sneaky play. He waited it out. The Gamer Eyes team, they had every single thing on the table to make this work. They had the numbers, they had the utilities, the smokes were there, but somehow we had more player Nightmare taking down one player at a time, and that is what happens when you let a good player finally show what they can do. Honestly, Priest, I think that is the best match I've watched today, but of course I cannot say anything just yet. We are in the third game of the night. It is the second Erangel, and wow, Nightmare, we have to give you your flowers. That was an amazing play.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, to isolate a player all by your lonesome, I was thinking the job was done for Gamer Eyes in a 3v1. You know, I thought that they were going to descend on him straight up, but Slater makes a dash over to the right-hand side. I don't know why he does that. He gets caught out in a 1v1 at medium range against a player that is much better medium range than you are. Trying to throw the grenade over the top, gets found out. He's not allowed to get picked up. They start picking them off one after the other. Again, I'm very surprised that they allow Nightmare to get the shots away from them. But again, that's what you get when you have a player that is good at long range, medium range, and close range as well. Because that is exactly how he eliminated all of the three players from Gamer Eyes, right? He got one from long range. That's one of the guys that was like behind the car, right? And then he gets one from mid-range. That's Slater, who made the dash earlier on, and then he finishes the last guy in CQC. That is a complete player. Nightmare is a complete player. 824 damage points on the board, 5 eliminations. Surely that is MVP worthy performance speech.
Yep, that is definitely MVP worthy for performance coming from Nightmare. I mean, wow, we'll be talking about that for a while. 5 eliminations, and 3 of them came from the last team that was surviving against him, and he had to play it right. He had to do something. I can only imagine the celebration coming here from the team. Of course, some were able to get some depth across the game, and real rival to Kinet. All of them were able to get something happening, but they did not survive till the end to help him get this amazing chicken dinner. Highest damage falling on Major esports player, that is Kairos, who has 866 damage to his name. Nightmare with that one grenade. We are still yet to see a lot of grenade plays happening here, but we'll wait to see. We'll get more as the games progress. Kairos, their longest elimination as well. The top traveler, 12k covered, going where I am not sure, but he went and he arrived and was able to play the game with that amount of distance covered. What a good play here from this game, Priest. I feel like the teams are really putting in the work.
Yes, I mean, but that gives you clear understanding of how much of a different lobby this has been, right? Again, it stays within context. A couple of eliminations here and there, a couple of airdrops getting picked up, grenade eliminations as well, pretty similar to what we had in the first Erangel though, but we didn't have any vehicle eliminations in this game. That's to tell you that yes, the lobby's a little bit different, but Noir, eyes will be on them right now because this is a fantastic performance as opposed to the performance that they had in the first Erangel. I think they did get some fantastic points off, but like I said, great players make for great decisions. 5 eliminations, 824 on the box. Nightmare was really him in this game, and I enjoyed what he did in that last sequence. Absolutely phenomenal performance from him. 30 minutes on the clock. This is one player we are definitely going to have to keep our eyes on.
Definitely, we're going to be seeing if we're going to be having more of Nightmare as the games continue. But big shout out to you, Nightmare. Keep up the same energy. Keep on getting the good plays and keep on thriving while people are sleeping. I mean, head to head here between the two players, we have Nightmare and Federal, who almost had the same amount of eliminations. We had Nightmare at 5 with the Federal giving us 4. The damage though almost at par. We have 824 with a 750 for Federal. A lot has been happening here, but if you look at what Federal was doing, got a couple of knocks, was not able to confront them, but they did put up a fight before they were taken out, and then we now finally saw Noir Nightmare giving us a good play, giving us something that we are going to be enjoying for a while. We have at least 2, actually 3. Coleman, Palabala, and now Nightmare joins the party for the most impressive players with the games coming from the region. But the damage graph here esports is in with 2,808 damage. What an interesting for them. I did not see them that much. I believe that is okay. Mazer Kairos there with the highest damage. We have BBC as well. I think that's good to know. We have GRM there. We cannot match about what we hear. I am pleased with what between these two teams. They're almost tied in Noir, and I am sure they had a plan, but I'm not sure if that plan was able to be executed well, because someone like Night Run to make it impossible for the team to dominate at the end of the day. So far, so good. Gamerize on it. They do have a chance of making it, but not game. Maybe from the next remaining matches. Look at the head-to-head here, Priest. We do have BBC and
No. Interesting being the two teams at it. 12 nations to 9. But again, hopefully this all gets sorted out, because we know that it's Noir that wins the game. Hopefully this will be sorted out with production and updated. But I think Noir gets the drop on the other side. 20 on the damage points though, 15 knockouts. That top draw from incredible performance away, but very good shout. Again, this game gave us a little bit of something, right? It gave us something different. And there's an interesting setup of what we've seen so far, but nonetheless, 3 games down, 3 more, ladies and gentlemen. More action coming your way. It is the PMNC Wildcard. We'll be right back to bring you more action.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card group stages. 3 games down, 3 more to go. This is match number 4 and our second Miramar of the day. Mitch, you locked in with the first Miramar. You saw how that game went. You saw who came out on top. Are you expecting more from those teams that have a little bit more Miramar in their system as opposed to those that do a little bit better on Erangel?
Well, actually, now that you've mentioned that, a team like Astra Creatives, right? We have them in Erangel. They kind of got an early exit. I didn't really see much of them in the game. But when we talk about Miramar, they were in 3rd place there. They did not get a chicken dinner, and that means they do understand Miramar, just that they do not have the numbers to get that chicken dinner. So if you're talking of a team that I think has more knowledge of Miramar and can do a lot, I'm thinking Astra Creatives, and then the team that won again for Titans, if it's a team that understands the terrain or rather how to go around Miramar.
Okay. We're going to see how possible that's going to look, because again, we have a brand new mixture of teams going up at it in this game as well, before we wrap things up with our last Erangel and Miramar. But now for this game, the leaderboard has started to take a little bit of shape. Teams are starting to understand where they fall. If you're not inside of the top 16, it's going to be a long night for you. The VOD reviews are going to be absolutely insane for those teams that are not going to be in the top 16 post match number 6. But it is still too early to call it. But we will see if there's any team that wants it a little bit more than the others, because that is what it's all about. The road to PMGO. This is the pavement. Who is going to ride for it? Who is going to step up to the plate to take it on just a little bit more and see if that's going to be on the table. But like we said, we have some teams that love Miramar just a little bit more than the others. We'll see if that's going to come and play in effect, because the last game we saw Titan, we saw Warlords get a little bit comfortable. We saw Double RG with the same mentality, the same mindset. Now it is up to them to do it again. But do you think they're going to do it again? Because RRG have not necessarily been top form right now. I don't even think they're in the top 10 right now on the leaderboard based off of the performances that they've had so far. Do you think this is where they finally get the job done?
I'm hoping so, because I'm a little worried here. I mean, we have a lot of teams playing, and not seeing them is I don't know how to go about this, but I'm not sure really if it comes to Red Esports here, Astra Creatives. They don't really have a lot going on, but we'll see. I'm hoping they do more.
Yeah, I'm hoping they do more, because again, one of the big dogs still finding their foot, but 3 games in, it starts to slip away from you. The points start to get a little bit thinner. I think they do have to focus on securing at least roughly maybe 60 to 70 points by the end of tomorrow. I think that is the threshold. I think that's where you need to be, somewhere around 60 to 70 points. I think that puts you in a very, very comfortable position for a top 6 finish, a top 16 finish. But we'll see how possible that can be. But on the flip side, right, it stacks in to how these teams have played so far. I think, like we said, we saw in the other game where nobody went to Saverny. I think we understand that because they think someone is there, because they think is just a no-brainer, right? There has to be a team there. I think that carries over into this Miramar map as well. Some teams are going to think other teams are going to be where they want to go, and they don't want to get into those early engagements, but they tend to end up going into those early engagements because The other team that they thought was going to be where they think they went turns out they are going to be where they are going to be at, and then they get caught out, and then they lose out, and then we're going to have, pandemonium on our hands. But hey, that's what I live for. I want the action to kick off. I want it to be quick draw, and I want all of these teams to understand that you have to give it everything you've got. You have to make sure that you don't lose the plot. You have to make sure you secure points as early as possible. And we've seen some teams doing exactly that. But it's Miramar, right? It's more about positional awareness than anything else. Being at the right place at the right time. That is what
Yep.
Miramar is all about.
That is actually true. Being at the right place and at the right time is where you need to be when it comes to Miramar. A lot of third party fights come to play. You get to see teams having a good time taking eliminations from other teams and securing them like their own. And that is what people tend to focus on sometimes here in Miramar. They just focus on the fact that they can get as many elimination points as they like while they play the map that is Miramar. But so far, we have to ask the chart again. You have watched Group A, B, C, D. We have seen them different times. So if you're looking at this game right now, which teams are you guys vouching for to qualify, and which teams are you looking to see more from them? Talking about a team like Astra Creatives, I just need to see more. I need to see them dominate a little bit more. But I feel like we're giving them some pressure here, Priest. I mean, telling them that we know they are good at the game and we want more for them. I feel like we are just making it a little bit hard for them to, dominate throughout the matches, unless I'm being too soft here.
I mean, you are soft, very soft.
Yes, I'm a
But
kind
let's
person.
see. Yeah, because you're bad at the game, though. That has nothing to do with anything else, right? You're just bad at the game, for being honest. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I'm not bad at the game. Can you
you're
relax?
just bad at the game, for being honest. But
Nah.
again, we've got a play zone that shifts all the way to the eastern side of San Martin, Minas Generales. We got Hacienda, Cruz de Var, El Azahar, all of those areas. Maybe a little bit of Los Leones in there, but I don't think that's going to be consistent further down the line. And we do have a bunch of teams in the south side, even in the northwestern positions. Rotation for a team for like extraordinary is going to be a long one, though. Even the guys from Team Flag. Again, it's going to be very interesting to see who sets this one up nicely, because 6-7 on the northern side have already started to get their guns and their muzzles firing hard. Couple of eliminations following through. FL are going to be the victims. They lose one. And if you're FL right now, Mitch, this is not the best start, especially for where they are sitting on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, FL is another team that when we were looking at the first Miramar of the night, I just saw them drop numbers one by one. I didn't get to feel their presence in the game. And if they're looking to be more in the game and try get their points up, then they have to rethink their whole strategy here. They just have to focus either on the placement points or get eliminations by stealing them off from other teams. That will definitely help their case here. But we'll just give them the time to see what they're planning to do. Maybe they have a plan they're waiting for. Hmm, the last angle, maybe. I'm not sure, but maybe that is the plan that they have in mind. But so far, a team like Glory Esports, another team that I've not felt their presence as such. They have been playing here and there, but feeling what they're up to, or rather what they're looking to do, is not something I have seen just yet. So far, so good. This is looking nice for some teams, but for others, it is not looking good. We're talking about Miramar here, Priest. You have seen how the safe zone is looking like. We have seen where the teams have landed so far. 90% being in that, well, not even in the safe zone. Most of them are outside of the safe zone and they'll be making a late rotation. But if you look at where the safe zone is right now, which compound do you think is the best and most suitable for a team that is looking to secure a good start for this match?
Well, it's all on the horizon, though, to understand um the play styles, right? And what is important for each team. Like for Elevate, we know that these guys like to play on the front foot. They don't allow the zone to dictate their plays. They want to be the deciders, right? They want to take the game by the scruff of the neck and make sure that anyone that comes into their position does not leave. They like to box teams in and force them to make mistakes and make sure they capitalize on those mistakes. So that's something that we're also going to have to keep an eye on. Even the guys from Tempest Esports, similar play style to that as well, but they do love to play a little bit more closer in transition. They try to move a little bit closer to the edge of the circle and try to get themselves into those much needed spaces, try to finish closer towards the later phases of the game, right? They don't like to get caught out, but it has happened, on separate occasions for some of them, even extraordinary. Same thing happened to them, similar style. They like to finish games strongly, but they always lose players, one or two players, before they get to that final third. 6-7, they don't usually subscribe to that same concept. They always find a way to, see the game through. And similar to what we saw in the previous game, right? Four monsters getting caught out, losing players early. This is exactly what happened to them in the first Miramar that they played, and it looks like that's going to be how the case is going to be for them, because Binkalo is going to be the first one that goes back into the lobby. Not the best start for four monsters right now.
Yep, four monsters, please. But just by their name, they need to be four. They didn't tell us 3, 2, or 1. So losing one makes their team incomplete here. So four monsters, why? What's happening here? But I see 6-7. A nice name here. I think the brain rot in the game is getting to them and they decide to call themselves that. But of course, big shout out to PUBG Mobile for that brain rot there. But so far, we have teams like Tempest. I am really not a fan of the blue zone in Miramar. Something about it is usually so strenuous. You either end up wasting your utilities, your bandages, they just get wasted as you try to make it into the zone. Miramar is just a risky one here because when it closes, the jump is usually so big because of how big Miramar is. So it does cause a lot of damage to these teams. But let's just give them their time there. Maybe they're making a very late rotation, enjoying some juice here to come a little bit energetic. So far, Hacienda del Patron, San Martin. You have a couple of teams cluttering around the area. Looking at a place like La Bendita, the four monsters are still there, but we have Vanta Esports. We have them also trying to get in on a fight here. I've seen the name Vanta as well in Kenya. Is it something? I'm not sure if it's something, but I've seen the same, almost similar name coming in Kenya. Is this a common name? Maybe Priest. I'm not sure.
Yeah, actually, I have seen that before. Trying to understand what the backstory for that name is, but hopefully we'll learn as the tournament goes on. But right now, sights set on the Warlords, and this is not the team that they want to take on, especially at this stage of the game, because this is a much more central position. King is going to be spotted there. He does take some damage from KC, who has been the front man for the guys from Warlords. But again, this is a team that has had a fantastic start to this tournament, putting in a major shift. Hopefully they can keep the trajectory up and forward. But right now, can Vanta manage to squeeze the guys from Warlords? Oh, that's a fantastic spray onto Casey's position. I think that's going to be a warning for him not to try that one again. Alpha base, high ground position. Good position for them. Unfortunately, it's not too good as they do not have the play zone. Play zone shifts again farther towards the eastern side. El Azahar, unclaimed, uncontested as well. There's nobody there. Well, I think it's all about to be a race now for who gets there first on the eastern side. And Cruz Devar, there's going to be FL, the closest there, 6-7 as well. Similar rotational pattern from them, all trying to make a dash for that northern shift. And Vanta continuously teasing the Warlords, trying to draw them out of position. I think you can tell what they're trying to do here. Force Warlords into positions where they can pick them apart from. But I don't think Warlords are going to go for the bait here. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case. The third parties will come through. King goes down. General rolls up just in time to get his teammate picked up. But that was dangerously close to causing some commotion for Vanta, because Alpha Base are still in the vicinity and they could cause a lot of trouble for either of these teams in this area.
Well, third parties are always just something you don't want to be a part of. Once you're a victim of third parties, it becomes a nightmare for you. And there's nothing you can do. You just have to accept your fate and try and survive as much as possible. But we have Abdi there, a man that was almost securing an MVP for the first Miramar match. That gets voted and knocked. And that gives the players from Vanta a chance to try and go in for that push. Vampire, very, very alert here. Just waiting for someone to go in for that push. Matrix, what just happened there? We had a knock happening, and that knock was just blinding. I did not see it happen clearly, but we have the player there getting knocked. Matrix are still going on with the fight here, looking for more flesh that they can take down. And as you can see right now, the players from Vanta, they have noticed they're losing numbers already, two down, and they have the Seda Goat being the only player that can try and change their fate, but that will be close to impossible with the players from, well, W all knowing that this is going to be an easy win for them. At the end of the day, what matters is which team will be able to get more points, or are we going to be seeing the third party trying to get in on this amazing and free piece of fight?
Yeah, exactly. And again, I think that puts into perspective the ideas that go through the minds of these players when they are caught in positions that they don't like, how they adapt, how quickly they can reposition themselves and be very proactive and looking like they want to close out maybe a much more tougher change of direction, and how quickly they can actually adapt to those changes and still put themselves into the driver's seat. Speaking of that, Alpha Base is one of those teams. They have, secure two eliminations from this outfield position that they've got for themselves. They drop a couple more, and still the rotations are coming in and coming in clutch right now. 6-7 have found themselves rotating closer from the northern side. El Azahar still unclaimed, still uncontested. And I believe a whole lot of teams there now are thinking, right? This is what we talked about before the game kicked off. They're thinking that there are teams, there are players in El Azahar right now, and that's why they haven't, made a mad quick dash to get into El Azahar at this stage. I think it's because they think that there's teams already there, that they're going to be late, and that is going to, give them a little bit of a different trade-off here, because Magicians are also going to be caught in that same rotational pattern, trying to hold up the lines there. And again, this is going to be very, very, very counterproductive for Memo Gaming if they don't find a way to close this down. But it looks like they will try to hold on against the Magicians. But Hocus Pocus is the name of the game here. Teru tries to pop through, sending a couple shots over to the left-hand side, can't seem to find the angles, and he's spotted. He's taking so much damage.
Oh.
Surely spotted by Vortex, and he swallows him whole with the bullets there and packs him all the way through and puts him back into the lobby. And that is a fantastic defensive hold being held there in by the Magicians. They capitalize on the mistake being made there by that team. They expose them and they hold them to that regard. But while all this is going on, Mitch, the play zone is still in El Azahar. Only one team has actually made a move for it there. And we're going to see how this translates to the rest of the teams that are still on rotation.
Yep, that's going to be a very interesting game here. Honestly, Elazar is just open, but people are just not ready to take it on. For Glory Esports, though, they're trying to get on a fight. The damage on Bumble was really good, and you can see the zone is about to get really damaged. A grenade goes in, nicely done, but the player finally got time to get away from it. He did not get to cook it, and that will be the end of FL. They will be going back to lobby. For FL here, I don't think they're really yet invested in this game. They're just, well, adjusting to the situation and trying to get a grip of the esports scene. I'm not sure if they have been in here before, but if it is their first time, they're definitely trying to adjust, and there's always room for them to get even better with time. But so far, so good. Tempest Esports, their teammate that is going to be Pitch is already down. Good smoke in there just to make sure that they can maybe get the revive for the Warlords. They are wreaking havoc here. We have Paradox avoiding that spray, but his teammate Logic will not be on the safe side right now. Paradox try to get some cover there. Nicely done by Matrix. I mean, what a spray. And the cover coming from Vampire is beautiful. The synergy coming from the Warlords right now is looking quite good. Matrix are still sporting the players from Elevate. The revive finally happened, and Devil, Logic, and Paradox are not looking to take on this fight just yet. But for Elevate Esports, they need to find a working plan, and reviving Devil might just not be the plan they're looking for here, Priest.
And that's going to be a rough one for them to manage. But again, we do have 35 players in this little box in El Azahar. And the northern side is going to have more teams than they would like to have. And it's going to cause a lot of commotion there. But right now, Elevate are going to be the ones elevated the most with 7 eliminations, potentially to add a little bit more in the sequence over to the drop there. Unfortunately, Bumble is not going to be so lucky. He goes down as well. Soul will snatch another for the Horizon. An Extraordinary will trade off. Nate goes down, and a nasty shot coming through from Alpha 7 Tribe. Ascension will add another one, and that might put a little bit more of a closer one to the Ascendancy. But again, it has been very, very, very provocative the way they have held the zone so far, because of Magicians also on the front foot have made their own rotation from that western side. But right now, it is only 6-7 that are sitting quite nicely in the central position of the zone, and Terra 6 Wakanda as well. Elevate in the south side have the guys from Warlord in the mix who have made finally decided to make that rotation for Monsters as well. Even the guys from Tempest in that southwestern position. It is all anyone's game at this stage. And now another hit to follow through. It looks like the Warlords will be caught in the open space, and they will lose out to Elevate, who will increase their tally to 8.
Elevate Esports, they're definitely looking to get their comeback. It has been a while here for them, but of course there is still room for them to get as many points as possible. A team like Tempest Esports, they are cooking on something, and 4M is losing numbers to Tempest. I mean, this team right here, Tempest, is a team that we know of. We have seen them before. They do have a good play, but of course they do have to step up to the game here and try get to the same level of the teams that are trying to qualify. 4M, last man standing, 6-7 Chen. Nice grenade bounce off here, but I don't know where the nade is going to, because no one is getting damaged just yet. He's trying to smoke up the area here. Goat playing it safe. He doesn't want to move or compromise his location, and he's just waiting for Chen to try and get closer. Now I see why the grenade was bouncing off the window there. He was trying to get a very good boomerang here, but we can see that that did not work for him. Goat still patient. Zyro going in for that push. Goat almost taking him down, but that will be a nice knock elimination, for Zyro, taking on the last player from 4 Monsters and going back to lobby. So far so good. The game is just getting heated. We're finally seeing some action, and we have the teams are starting to dominate against each other, bringing in the hits. And you know what I like to say? I only flourish when there's violence.
And it's all about how they set themselves up, right? You can see the guys from the Magicians now trying to break in from that western side. They're trying to make sure that they have more sightlines, more positions, more angles to capitalize with, and it seems to be working because they already have 5 eliminations to show for it. But now the play zone has shifted again, and we are now in zone 5. This is where it gets very, very dicey, because if you don't get it right, you're going to lose players at this stage. This is where players try to stay retentive and don't get knocked away here. But it looks like Magicians are going to have a different concept to this one, because Tempest do have 6 eliminations there, so that is to show that they're not a slouch. They are ready to take the initiative and press forward against the likes of the guys from Magicians. But again, the Magicians have capitalized on this by holding the angles and forcing them to expose themselves to potential third parties. And Peach does get Urek picked up again. Another fantastic grenade on from Xenox to cause more commotion, to cause more drama into those positions. That Omar goes down, courtesy of Vortex, and the Magicians looks like they will not be able to expose themselves and get caught out there or escape the press coming through with any spells at this stage. Magicians are not going to let this one slide off. They want more eliminations out of this one. But again, the angles are not going to favor them too much. No vehicles in hindsight as well. And that might allow Urek to advance his position just a little bit closer there. But again, he plays a little bit too close to the blue zone. And that could be a very, 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 very diabolical plan. Because Elevate are also going to have to try the exact same thing. But take a look at that. Tugger pulls up in grand style. And he gets into the zone for Elevate.
I mean, wow, wow. When PUBG Mobile said you cannot park there, Elevate Esports said, watch me. And we watched an amazing drive there. So well played here. I mean, driving that is pure luck. We have to give it at that. Driving school, Mitch Gaming School. Looking at the zone here, we do have teams already occupying El Hazar, TR, King Tartar, and LB. They're still trying to get some grenades here towards the players. That is Peach. And you can see before this team knows what they're up to. When Peach gets knocked, the cover will be there. When either of the teammates get knocked, they definitely have a plan on how to get the revive going. But so far, Terra 6, no longer Wakanda, are still here looking for as many points as possible. Elevate Esports playing safe as well, holding that compound, just being patient with it. 9 teams are still standing. Everyone is coming towards El Azhar, but Tribe Ascension will be ascending to the lobby, joining the teammates. Of course, it's not going to be an easy fight being a solo. Looking at what is happening here, I'm actually really impressed that most of the teams have all their teammates in the game. They're still standing strong, apart from a player that is Glory, who's the only player standing extraordinary, looking to take on some damage towards the Magicians, but nothing really happened here. Extraordinary Soul also getting some sprays. Magician Zendo has been spotted. Aim Good is also there. Not really sure how they're going to be making their rotation. They have a really good spot here. The edge is with them, but once the zone shifts, the Magicians will be forced to pick a compound in Elazar, of which the backside of Elazar is pretty empty and no one is going there yet, Priest. I think the teams are not really comfortable with this, and I'm starting to see a pattern here. The compounds that are safe, teams do not want them. They just want to stay open and figure out what they want to do after this.
Exactly, because that back end of El Azhar doesn't look like it's been occupied just yet, but I don't think teams want to commit to going that far deep, and I can understand why they don't want to. The northern side is much more ideal for them, allows for a lot of hill manipulation, still gives them those interesting theatrics to play around with. You can see the magicians with the same idea as well. Elevate have to play very basically wall to wall at this stage in within the city. You can see them trying to make a dash from that south side, and the play zone is going to close out one more time just to make things even much more difficult, even tougher for them to advance their positions. But right now it is still the ball is still in their court because they have 9 eliminations. They can close this out, 8 as well for the magicians, but the magicians have everything working in their favor right now. They have the entirety of the western side of the zone for themselves. They have the entirety of that edge as well. They do have clear cut information on the guys from Extraordinary across the board, and they might decide that they want to be the reason why they cannot make it into the central position of the zone. But it's going to be a very difficult ask. But they do have the numbers, they do have the utilities, they do have the information as well. And that last player from Glory could be a thorn in the side for one of them, as the Warlords have finally been eliminated. They go out in 8th place. This is a team that performed fantastically as well in the first Miramar game, but this one was just a little bit too much for them because they didn't have a lot of angles to cover with that zone, and I think that hurt them in the process. But right now, 6-7, they have a very clear plan. Hold the entirety of the middle ground of the zone here, so they don't have to worry about rotations. They don't have to worry about final third action. All they have to do is fend off any team that wants to break into that central position. And I think that is the plan here. But Terra 6, Tempest, the guys from Elevate, and the Magicians, similar ideas, similar areas. They all have information on themselves, so they might decide that they will take it upon themselves to start firing away and start cracking those weapons, because it is going to be now or never. This is the moment that decides the game, Mitch.
I mean, you can see from how the teams are taking their rotations here, they have decided to occupy compounds in Al Azhar. And this is the only thing about Miramar that baffles me a lot. You can all be in the same area and nothing could happen for a while. Even for two stages of the zone, we might be seeing teams just maintaining their same compounds. They will not be engaging at all, and no one will take on the other, because that is how big Miramar is. But as we continue, the zone is about to shift. We are going into that 7th phase, and the magicians are still holding off the edge here. They are waiting, they're patient, but the extraordinary team is also aware. They know the magicians are there. They know that they'll be forced to make a rotation. They will be gatekeeping that movement, but we'll wait to see if that's going to be the case or not. 6-7, trying to get some grenades. towards Elevate Esports. Zai was trying to get again another grenade. He does think about it though. He doesn't want to release it just yet. He's thinking about it. He knows the team is there, but no one is getting closer. We do have Elevate Esports though. They want to make their rotation. They want to go in again. They're going towards 6-7, who are just patient. Istria and Chen very much comfortable in their compounds. They're not willing to move just yet. 6-7 players. Very nice play, but we have the Magicians being forced to go in. LB sporting on the players. Cena, why did you exit the vehicle? That was his first weakness. We have Terra 6 confirming that knock. Immediately the knock is done, and we have the Magicians losing a number. 3 of them remain standing, and Terra 6 looking to rain on them, and that will be pure terror. But King Tartar goes down as well. Aim God confirms elimination. That leaves only one man standing. That will be LB, and as you've seen here, the trade-off between the two teams was actually right on point here, Priest.
Absolutely right on point. And we know this, we see this, we understand this. The closer and closer these teams get to each other, the more problematic the rotations start to look. Because Terra 6, when the zone is not theirs, what do they look like? How do they perform? Will they perform when the ops are in the same vicinity? LB is trying to rotate around the corners. He's lost all of his teammates. And the Magicians about to hit him with that abracadabra. Again, they launch another grenade over to the other side. He throws one over to the corner, but Vortex was right there to shut it down, and Magicians will add another one. Double digits secured now, 10 eliminations. And that was a very, very do-or-die scenario, because if Vortex had gotten knocked away there, Magicians would have had a lot to worry about when it came to that area where they did not have a lot of information. But right now, Vortex will be their eyes and ears to hold out that entire left-hand side, and that works perfectly if they can close the gap even further. Magicians have been tormenting this entire western region of the zone for the majority of the game so far. Extraordinary have decided to start making a play and get into the zone. You can see Nate and FU have mastered that rotation. They make it very, very quick, and they make the roll up to come complete. Soul presses forward now. The opening they've been looking for, they found it, but their eyes will be on them because those rotations are very, very, very noisy as they announce their arrival towards that western side.
I mean, the teams here are just not letting anything slide. Any movement, the teams are looking at it. We have Elevate Esports, we have Logic trying to cook up a perfect grenade. He's looking for the players from Tempest. Peach has to be careful with that tank. I mean, anything could happen. If they get even a molly there, it will make it even worse for them. The explosion will be taking them down as well. Grenades coming from the Magicians. They're looking for Soul, but he's nowhere to be spotted just yet. They're looking for something to connect, an entry knock maybe, and that will be the right time for them to go in for that push. Extraordinary. I'm making a nice rotation here, a bit of a flank. They have gotten a split going on. Soul is on the other side, not even really close to their team, but if we have the rest of the two here looking for that push, they're looking for a way to apply the pressure. Thaga, grenade is in his hand. Peach almost getting spotted, and the Kobe actually connects, and that will be the first knock they need to go in for that push. Thaga taking advantage of this. He wants to get closer. He knows that only one man will be stopping them from getting that finish, but Thaga thinks about it and says it's not worth the risk. We're the teammates. We need to go in as a convoy, but no one is there just yet, and Elevate Esports will be maintaining their cool. Someone trying to get closer. I mean, look at Paradox. He's so patient. He doesn't want to engage. He's waiting for the right moment, but that will be long gone if it takes too long to even attack the team as they move around here, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about how they actually see this on, because the Extraordinary getting absolutely dismembered here by the Magician's Vortex. Immediately pops over to the right hand side, but he's going to be stopped away by Soul. His Soul might be getting snatched away here, dropped over to the other side, goes for the flush, tries to force him out, but immediately Soul gets dropped away by Zendex and the Magicians, and easy does it, they drop another. And that is a fantastic hold-up play coming through from the Magicians. They manage to deal with Extraordinary without having to sacrifice too many bodies in that exchange. But while all this is going down, 6-7 have not decided to move around just too much. Khaled is spotted out, and that will be the end of the road for EXT, courtesy of Sherwood. And he drops another. Aim God now is going to be the next victim. And here comes Elevate. They've been waiting for this, and they capitalize on the mistakes and the spaces left behind right now for the Magicians. But can they make something happen? Grenade is good. 13 eliminations now, pressing forward. If Zendex can launch it, he can, but it's too late. He swept to the side. 6-7. It's theirs now for the taking. If the play zone permits, 6-7 might turn this around, but Elevate 14 to the good, and they're feeling it now. It is 3 apiece on each side. Thugger has to close this down and make sure that the job is done, but 6-7, all they have to work with here is tons and tons of intel, tons of information they have gathered from hanging around this entire place of El Azhar for the longest time. And they are prioritizing getting into the zone. You can see they're trying to hold this storm through and more shots into the corner. Logic is not aware that the halves are over on the right-hand side. He's taking a major amount of damage, but Thugger's right there shuts it down immediately as well. And Asterios right there taking more shots, popping into the corner, fades over to the left-hand side and to the right-hand side, but unfortunately Thugger will down him in and get him knocked away. And while all that was going on, there was no third-party sequence from the last player from 6-7. They capitalize on that mistake. Israel has to play a little bit closer into that open space. Peeks into the corner, gets Logic knocked away, and now it's a 1v1. Thugger, can he close this down? Brick sprayed! Istria from 6-7! The intel will win. The intel will win 9 times out of 10 because 6-7 knew exactly what they had to do. They knew that they had the better position. Elevate had the better players, but they just had the better position and they capitalized on that in the final third. It was almost snatched away from them, but Isra said, don't worry, I got this. I was expecting him to show up here, right? I was expecting him to show up here, but I just expected him to do this way earlier. I didn't need all of his teammates to lose out, right? I was not expecting his teammate to get sent back into the lobby at this stage. If I'm being honest, I was not expecting it, not even in the slightest. But this guy, you gotta respect it. Headshots only, secured the win, got the job done, wrapped it up. That's what we love to see. Solid players that don't fall under the pressure. Yeah, 6-7. I was not familiar with it.
Yeah, I almost did that. I almost said 6-7, but I mean, that is a nice game there. I've actually enjoyed that. That was really good. I haven't seen that play in a while. I mean, a player that is very comfortable, that he has everything laid on the table. He just has to get it done right, and he did exactly that. Elevate Esports, they had the numbers there. 2 players were enough to take on 1 man, but that 1 man is 6-7, so we have to go on with that there. But the chicken dinner for the team here, that is 6-7. The team starts. We do have Istria getting 3 eliminations with 2 there coming from Elevate Esports. What a nice finish from him, giving the team a chicken dinner. Zyru also getting 3 eliminations, a good amount of damage. And a player like Myler also getting 1 with a Chen on 0 eliminations, and the damage is a little bit low. He might have been the medic here for the team, or the eliminations were just not finding their way to him. But so far so good. 6-7 is very happy with that match summary here. We do have Thugger, most eliminations at 7, highest damage at 1,320. Aim God with 1 grenade elimination. Sasuke, the longest elimination with the top traveler going to pitch, 15k kilometers covered. I do not know where they were going, but yeah, that's something interesting to see here. But so far, I think the teams have decided to lock in here, Priest, and they're doing a really good job with their plays in these last games.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes without saying rather, that you got the type of opponents you have, right? And again, it puts things into perspective for some of these teams who are still yet to find their bearings, who are still yet to find their footing in a lobby like this. That's a very clear pathway to understanding what is at stake, because you can tell from this lobby way more healing was done. More teams had 4 players alive in more towards the later stages of the game, right? In this particular lobby, that's to tell you that these guys, they played significantly different as opposed to the other teams and the other lobby combinations and group combinations that we saw before the stage. And that's it, let you understand that yes, there's a little bit more of a nuance to how these teams are going to manage the zone when it gets a little bit closer. The likes of, even Tempest, Magicians, similar concepts of trying to make sure that they held the zone a little bit closer, that you can see even the damage points go across the board for Thugger, who was leading the charge there, and you can see why, right? Even Magicians had a player in the conversations, even Extraordinary, Alpha Base, someone who got eliminated significantly earlier as well. But taking a look at this, you can understand that even from first place all the way down to 7th, they were all dealing over 1,000 damage points much.
Yeah, well, we saw that happen. I mean, Elevate Esports has tried time and time again to get the points there for the team. Unfortunately for the chicken dinner was not theirs, but for the MVP title, they will be getting Thugger, who will be given the MVP title with 7 eliminations to his name and dealing the highest damage in this match, almost matching our team. But that was a really good play here coming from Thugger. 8 knocks in total for the player. Good survival time. Kills are there as well, and able to assist the team 3 times. That is good play coming from Thugger. I know they're thinking about that chicken dinner that they should have gotten, but if they keep up the same energy going into the next games, then maybe we'll be seeing the players that is basically Elevate Esports as a whole getting the well-deserved chicken dinner that they have been looking for. For the head-to-head, we do have Thugger and Zyro, who are both the head-to-head title here. We have Zyro at 3 eliminations with Thugger bagging 7, with there being actually 8 knockouts, not being able to finish the confirmation of 1, and that does give Thugger that edge compared to Zyro, who was not really in a position to get a lot of eliminations to his name, and the damage difference is really high here, a total of 1,000 plus difference between Thugger and Zyro. Then definitely Thugger was working and he was looking for something here. He was looking for at least a name for Elevate Esports, but he was not able to secure it just yet. Maybe next time. But so far, honestly, I believe this is the best game so far for Elevate Esports when it comes to Miramar and even the other matches we have just witnessed here, Priest.
Yes, sir. 22 points on the board, though. I mean, yes, they did not get the chicken dinner, but they got the job done. 22 points is a fantastic turnout. Same with the Magicians. The eliminations will put them ahead every single time. 6-7, who did get the chicken dinner, just a couple of points shy, but still a solid performance from them. All they have to do now is replicate this in the last 2 games that we've got to make sure that they are in that running for top 16. Extraordinary and Tempest 10 apiece in 4th place and 5th place. Glory and Alpha Base sharing 4 apiece as well in 6th and 7th, and then Terra 6, 2 points on the board. Again, fall off performance from a team that has already secured a chicken dinner sometime today. Gives a little bit of context to how they've set up. Warlords as well, another team that has secured chicken dinner today, still yet to have a consistent run of games. Tribe Ascension yet to get off the ground running at some point, if we're being honest. 4 Monsters, FL, Memo Gaming, Red Coast, and Vanta Esports unfortunately could not get it running just yet. But again, it gives us a clear path of understanding the teams that are still trying to figure things out. FL, 4 Monsters, Memo, Red Coast, Vanta, these teams are still yet to even hit the ground running just yet. It's been a very slow start for them, but it's still a start nonetheless. There's still a chance for them to turn this around. But we've seen, Terra 6, we've seen the Magicians now, we've seen Elevate finally step up to the plate. There are still some teams that are yet to still see them, do something, right? But even at that, right? Even at that, 2 games left. The stakes are getting higher with every single game that you don't perform, right? Every single time you don't perform, the stakes get higher for you. But again, 2 games left. 1 more Erangel, 1 more Miramar. Those teams that have stepped up to the plate in Erangel, they are going to use 1 more boost, 1 more chance to make sure that they do the job in this game, and hopefully they see it all the way through over 2 stakes. But ladies and gentlemen, like we said, 4 games down, 2 more to go. Stay locked in. Make sure you're following PUBG Mobile Africa on all social media platforms. We'll be right back to close out with 2 more games after the break.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch, why are you laughing?
Because I probably think he was analyzing how 6-7 was able to win that game, but he somehow got stuck on the screen there looking at what was happening. But you know, Chris, you can give 6-7 a good introduction there with a good 6-7 move.
Yeah. I mean, I did that already, right? But
we didn't see it. You did. What's this? What's this? Why are you sieving maize or something? Do it now. Why are you laughing?
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it if they win. I'll do it if they win another game. I'll do it if they win another game. I'll do that if they win another game. So 6-7 should win another game. But nonetheless, Erangel for the last time tonight. I'm excited. We've seen some different Erangel moves, a different combination of teams and the way they've set up. Last time we saw Savani was in the zone. It was in the drop zone, but nobody went there. Do you think some of the teams have watched the stream and they thought, okay, we'll go to Savannah this time around since nobody's there or nobody likes to play around there? Do you think that's going to happen? Or because if we see that, we know that, okay, these guys, they're actually adapting as the game goes on. But again, if you don't see them, we realize that, okay, everybody's going to have to just do a little bit of a barbecue and then come back stronger for tomorrow's games. But what are your expectations though going into this game? Because again, the lobby is going to take a little bit of a change. It's going to be a little bit different from what we've seen before. So are there certain teams that, you know, we've seen them in Erangel? Do you expect, you know, a much better performance from them, seeing as this is going to be the third Erangel and the last one of the day?
Well, I'm expecting some change here, honestly, and I hope they listened to what you're saying here and they did watch some bit of the live stream and realize that Severny is open and no man's land and they can go there. Then maybe that will change how they're going to be playing Erangel. But this being the last Erangel of the night, they should probably take advantage of the fact that Erangel is easy to catch up, and I just hope they'll change their plan, especially for that one compound where people are self-nading. No one should go to that compound. If they're looking to survive, avoid that one compound just by the beach outside Georgetown. Avoid it at all costs.
Well, you heard it from here, Mitch. Mitch has already told you guys what not to do. That means that's what you should do, because Mitch doesn't know anything about this game.
Wow.
And clearly, she's not good at the game. So, you know, last time she was talking about camping in Savannah when Savannah was not even in the zone.
Wait. You know, if you ask the players from Astra Creatives, I found them one day in Erangel and I got a wipe just using grenades. Do you know why they call me the queen of grenades?
Nobody calls you that. Nobody calls you that.
They do. Oh my god.
They're just coming up with things that nobody has heard of, man. They're just coming up with titles that nobody has heard of, man. Nobody has
I've even gotten into a very close combat fight with Shiva in Erangel by the compounds in Farm, and I got a knock and a thrust. What do you have to say about that?
That's all. I mean, I've squad wiped like RGC like 5 times, man. Different
that can
times,
never
man.
happen, and you play on 2 fingers.
It's like, you can ask you, like, that's every other day, man. Do that every other day. And the last time I did it with like an M16 in single fire, like, it wasn't anything. I do that every other day. So. Those in the chat, they already know that I got it like that first. I already got it like that, so don't worry about it. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, the goal here is to get to the finals. Some of these teams are still yet to put some points, some serious points on the board to get to the finals. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game, and this might be the last chance for some teams actually, but they might not realize it, because tomorrow is going to be very different. The strategies, the energy is going to be very, very different for the majority of these teams, to see what they've got on stage and what is possible for them. But we'll see, right? It is Erangel. The vibes are always going to be very different. The vibes are always going to be very elite. but we will see who's going to come out on top, who wants it just a little bit more than the others. Remember, the goal is to finish in the top 16 to get one step closer to the PMGO Africa Finals, Mitch.
That is true. The goal is to get one step closer to the PMGO Africa Finals, and they should remember that a lot of teams are contending for that first place position. That is where everyone wants to be in. And I think actually yesterday when we were finishing Kenya games and with the top teams were chosen, Rescue, Rush, and No Pressure, they did mention that they're looking forward to being the team that would represent Africa. Priest is about to say that's not going to happen, but if you had the confidence coming from these players, you will understand why they say that they are looking forward to being the teams, or rather being one of the teams that will represent Africa.
I mean, I can ride with that, right? I mean, confidence will be through the roof. You're fresh off winning a tournament, especially a LAN tournament. You know, I always rate players that win LAN tournaments significantly higher, you know, on a much higher echelon than anyone else. So that's something I would love to see a team competing at that level. Yeah, I mean, I rate players that play LAN, playing in an offline tournament. The stakes are always higher, right? You're playing under the lights, right? You're playing again where everything is balanced, right? You're on the same internet, you're on the same devices, everything is the same. The only thing that differentiates you from everyone else is skill. So that's the reality of it, right? That's why I rate players that win under those types of conditions. I rate them a little bit higher because, again, when you go to the international stage, that is the level, right? RJC would attest to this, right? That is the same level as them. They've gone to international tournaments and they play with the same devices, they play on the same internet, everything is balanced and it's the same. So that's why you have to, I tend to give more of a bias, more of a preference to those players that play under those circumstances, under those setups. I give them a little bit more confidence than team players who haven't experienced playing at that level before.
Well, I mean, I agree with you on that. It's actually really, really hard to win in a LAN tournament. A lot of factors here come to play, and Priest has explained that very well. So big shout out to the top 3 teams there that have qualified from Kenya. And now, as we are now in the wildcard region, we now want to see the top 5 teams that will be joining the top 3 teams from Kenya in that race to PMGO Africa best team that will represent Africa in the global stage for PMGO Season 2. Right now, with the zone looking like this, I am not sure, not the zone, sorry, but the playing part here, with it looking like this, I'm not sure if the zone is going to be going towards Severny, but I hope it goes towards Severny because no one is going to Severny again. And we still have teams that are comfortable playing around Sosnov community base. They're looking comfortable there. The northern side of Georgetown here is looking very occupied right now. We do have a cluster of teams going towards that area. We don't know where they're going, but we might be seeing others going towards shooting range. We have teams going towards Razok. We might be seeing them there as well. Areas like Pochinki, no one likes Pochinki. Why? I don't know. But if they can just make it work for them, if they can go in the strong sides, rather strong areas where we have rather no teams landing, then I believe they'll be having a good start for their games. But right now, Priest, we are finally kickstarting the last Erangel of the night. And I believe this is where either a team makes it or breaks it if they're looking to secure as many elimination points as possible.
It's all about the points. It's all about the points that you can gather as the game goes on and how much of it you can crave for yourself. We do have a very interesting playing path that cut teams across the central positions. Remember, nobody is in the central area. Pochinki, again, we see a lot of similar resolve here. For the guys from 4M, I think they are potentially locked in with another team in that western side, just outside of Jojo Pool on the other side there. And again, that gives you a little bit of context to understand that some of these teams, again, they don't know, right? They're moving with a lot of uncertainty. They don't know that there's nobody there, right? They don't know that they can actually gather utilities and loot out from those areas because they don't know that there's nobody there. But speaking of that, I think the guys from Warlords are moving to Savannah uncontested. So that's a good sign. So that should tell you that Warlords, those are one of the guys now that have adapted to this lobby, and I'm expecting them to have a very, very good game going forward. But right now, Gatka, Ruins, Pachinki, Ferry Pier, all of those central pockets of space uncontested. There's nobody in there. And these are the areas you want to control in the earlier phases of the game. These are the areas you want to hold tight, Mitch. These are the areas you want to at least gather intel with, because that is exactly how 671, in the previous game. They had a lot of intel, they had a lot of information, they knew how to they knew how to set themselves up to deal with whatever any team that survived the onslaught between Elevate and the guys from the Magicians earlier on. They were ready for whatever happened in that match, and that's something that I think the likes of Warlord and maybe 6ix9ine would have to deal with going into this game.
6ix9ine. There's a team 69 esports. Oh, yes, I didn't see them in the previous games. Which group are we in? A and D. Then that means I didn't see a lot coming from the team, but maybe I'll see them as we continue. But Blaze, with the team Blaze, are in the game here. Yes, Napoleona, they're looking comfortable. I don't think they have a lot to worry about. A loot truck finds its way to Glory Esports, who will be feeling comfortable with that. I mean, they will be getting fast hand level 3 utilities. So, I think that is a good start for them. I hope they will be able to survive just because they got the head start here against other teams. And when I take a quick peek at how the zone is looking for the teams, it did take on that southern western side of Erangel. You might be having a bridge fight here. I'm hoping we do, if 69 is looking to make a very, 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 well, crazy decision to stay by the bridge and wait on the teams coming from military base. They might have something there, or because Glory has exposed the location, trying to get some loot from the loot truck, you might be seeing C4 esports as well getting some fight towards them. But this is just the beginning. We are in the first phase of the zone, moving on to the second phase sooner, and we'll be having fights finally taking place. But an interesting location here, Zarki Priest. We have not seen teams take Zarki in a very long time, but now we somehow have two almost three teams going towards Zarki.
And that's very interesting, though, seeing it that's happening at this stage of the game. The play zone is not even too clear out on the setups, on the way the game has set up itself so far. But even at that, there is so many different consequences of how this game has set up to move, especially coming in from that northern side where majority of these teams have somehow found themselves locking in. Oh, what a spray from Dakuma! Well, speak of him and he shall appear. First elimination, first body for Red Coast. Now, this is more like it. Catching a team on transition. Catching Noir on transition is, you don't see that one every day, but that is a very, very, very solid start to the press coming through from Red Coast. Now, this is much more impressive than you would think, and it's a very, very good shout. But now, Noir losing 2 players this early in the game is not something I was expecting to see, Mitch, but it looks like that's where they found themselves.
Sorry about that. I mean, well, this is just the beginning, right? We cannot really say much, seeing that this is just the game that is starting. We have teams that have made the right decisions. Some are just going to be forced to do very, very wide rotations into the zone here. And if the zone decides to move far away for some teams, the shift will be worse than we expect it to be. But right now, most of them, some are looking comfortable in the zone. Teams in Zarki, shooting range, going towards Severny right now, no longer the safe zone. Thank you that you heard me going to Severny and trying to hold there, but that zone is not going to be occupying Severny at all. So let's see what will be changing if the teams choose to go into the zone right now. But so far so good. Most of them are just maintaining their positions. They do not want to engage as such, but they somehow know of teams that are really close to them. The Magicians looking to take on an early fight here out of 4 AP. Sorry, we do have a nice spray from Cena. Oh, The Cena there is looking to punish someone there. Cena, nice praise. That's gonna knock and might be able to confirm. That will be the signal for the players of Magicians to go in for that push. They do know the numbers are dwindling. They have to go in for that push before it's too late. But a pre-nade might be coming in, and Kelvin has to be really careful. If the nade is cooked to perfection, that will be a nice, well, beautiful Kobe. But no one goes in. Kelvin gets a grenade ready to be cooked here. He's looking for that nade to work, but then doesn't really connect just yet. We have another one being cooked as well. Both teams are about to give a very nice trade here with the grenades, but no one is ready to take on the other just yet. Slime looking to go in for that push. Kevin and the teammates going in as well. The numbers here are not looking good for Sasuke, who's not even sure what to do about Zendex, who's really close and confirming every single knock for their team. The numbers are becoming just points for them. They cannot do anything. They just have to wait it out. The Magicians scouting up the area. Zendex risking it all. They want to go in for that push. Amoli goes in. They want to cook up the area, make it uncomfortable. But he has a plan. He knows there's a way he can survive here, and he takes it and he's waiting. But that damage is really good so far. They can't try going for that push. Grenades are going in. He tries to push the player. Sasuke, the pre-fires, the shotguns are in, and we have Sasuke getting knocked as well. That will be last player that is Slime remaining, and the Magicians are definitely cooking something here. And abracadabra, we have the first team to go off the game in Arango.
Alpha base and back to base by the Magicians. And you're locked in and absolutely loaded here, the way they have managed to get drop, or rather to get a drop on the guys from the Alpha base. Magicians capitalizing on that position. 4 eliminations to the good, but look like the B13 won a piece of the action as well. 6-9. Half pulled up into the mix. Smash goes down. Blaze go down as well. And a quick spray from Kali. Mazakaza is going to trade one off as well. Rambo's going to have to think twice here because they will lose out. And Kali, I'm not sure what the plan is here. Does he want to commit to this? Because B13 have the numbers advantage. It looks like Kali is going to have to take it upon himself to close this down, but immediately gets spotted there by Binary, and that's going to be the end of the road for him. We lose another team. C4 were roaming around there, gathering a little bit of intel, but doesn't look like they want to commit just yet. But that will give them a little bit of time to get more comfortable and more confident in the way they have pressed, but it is still very proactive in the way they've managed themselves so far. So good angle. B13 will reposition, get the numbers back up. The defensive line being held, but again, teams are centering up quite nicely in that open space just inside Pachinki, and C4 being one of them. But the ideas, you can see it, all of the ideas coming into fruition here, Mitch. Most of these teams having similar concept of where they want to control inside of the zone. But right now, B13, they're enjoying this, seeing as they are the second team now to secure 4 eliminations.
Getting those eliminations, of course, is something that they're definitely looking to do. Of course, it's a bit tricky here, seeing that most of the teams are playing it safe, and once they get into a fight, they make sure they come to a conclusion with that fight. For Pachinki, though, the Warlord Vampire walks into that grenade. What a perfect Kobe, and that will be saying that is a really good nade there for him. They do get another knock there on Kreski, taking him down. We do have Baby trying to get the thoughts there, but the players are trying to run away, but the spray is looking good, and Abdi will be knocked off that buggy. No one is leaving Pochinki unless the players say so. We do have the players from Unkimo getting close. Unkind, sorry, what? Getting closer. Baby is also there. They do have a chance of making this work for them. That will be it for Warlords. I mean, Priest, we saw Warlords before. They were able to dominate, but right now, as the games have progressed, I think that maybe you gave them a good day, and they decided that is enough. They didn't want to hear more of the praise coming from Priest, or what is really happening here with the Warlords.
I mean, they showed us a little bit of what they could do. They gave us a little bit of context, and I think teams just adapted a little bit quicker against a team like them. And you can see Gamer has the same idea. Madra, ooh, that's what it looks like. 4 monsters. They're gonna have to trade one off into the corner. Vega goes down, had no idea, but right now they're getting pulled apart by Gamer Eyes. And again, this is the only team that can't seem to get off their feet as Gamerise is going to show them just a little bit how difficult it is to play at this level. Bingalo, once again, going to be the last one left. We saw him getting eliminated earlier on in the previous game, being one of the first to go back into the lobby in the Miramar game. He gets swept over to the side there. And that was just unfortunate. But, you know, the play zone does give a little bit of context, though, to how these teams have managed themselves so far. And you can see Gamerise are trying to hold the northern side for themselves. Their Glory as well, similar idea. Even Unkind Esports, also from the northern side, still dwindling around in Pochinki. They did successfully eliminate Warlord, so I think that will give them a little bit of time to gather their thoughts together to make that dash into the next phase of the zone. THX as well, with the same idea of their own, trying to make sure that something is done about it though. But they might decide to get a little bit more confidence with their own expectations at this stage. Ooh, that's a nasty shot.
Yes, that is one nasty shot there. I mean, the jump shot was supposed to work, but it worked the other way around. The knock was not for him. B13-001. They have to finish this off. Otherwise, we do have a team, Sovereign, passing by, and they might be looking to make this worse. I mean, the player was cooking up a grenade, but he goes back to lobby. That will be it for FL Esports. And right now, we do have C4 sporting the players from B13. They're trying to get some sprays there towards them. They're trying to get some damage, but B13 are secure in a compound. They will be able to get the revives going before C4 Esports or the players from Sovereign can third party this fight. But B13, finally, they have not been having a good day, but it seems like right now Erangel is finally catching up to them, and they have a good start for them. If they keep up with the same momentum, we might be seeing more of B13 Esports, and we might be able to commend them if they actually try and give us a chicken dinner. So far here in Erangel Priest, 12 teams are still standing, and it seems like they have decided to change their play. No early fights, no early eliminations. The numbers will stay steady till we get into that last zone fight.
And that is where everybody wants to be. The last zone, where the stakes are at their highest. Right now, THX with a similar drop in that central position. Setting your sights now onto the dash from Unkind. Rotation puts them into a dangerous position, puts them clearly into harm's way. 90 is not going to be so lucky. Gamerise are actually going to snatch that one away. And that is something that we just don't want to see. All of your hard work going to someone else. Gamerise somewhere lurking in the background, stealing all the eliminations away, one after the other. They drop them. And that is a very, very unfortunate trade-off. But finally, Baby goes down. DHX will secure their first elimination. And now Gamerise getting spotted out. It's Fella who's called out, knocked away there. They are the team that did win the last Erangel. So we're going to have to keep our eye on them. But right now, they are playing as a duo, so things are not looking too good for them in that final sequence. Magicians also in trouble. Aim God, the next victim, blown away by a grenade exchange there. Looks like Red Coast getting more and more confident in their approach here. But will they be without reproach? They drop another. The Magicians could be in a world of hurt here. Trade off into the corner, but that no idea. Rambo immediately getting swept aside, slapped over the top of the head there with a fantastic spray across the board there. But that will allow for a little bit more sequence. And look at that, Kelvin is already breaking the lines. More pressure coming through now from the Magicians. All they have to do is launch one right through the opening there. Kelvin is going to have to try for the second time, but he can't seem to find the sequence. He takes another one. Red Coast now trying to press forward, but no dice. Zendex grenade and his shotgun will work in unison to drop another. Zendex pops into the corner and he tried to escape, but the Magicians once again will put Red Coast back into the lobby, and hasta la vista they will go.
I mean, the Magicians, they have deeply changed their play here. Very good stuff coming from the Magicians. Kevin and the teammates. Zendex really putting up a fight. That's going quite well for them, and they're still getting on the eliminations, piling numbers after numbers. For C4 Esports, that drop will take time before that player is able to get back up that hill. But so far, so good. B13 taking on C4 Esports. A grenade will be launched just to make sure they can have something to get on before they can go in for that push. 001 trying to get closer as well. The shotguns, the airsoft K right in their hands, and they want to use that to their advantage. Mazakaza, noticing the blue zone, is actually here. They need to get going. 001 is fired up. He wants to go in as well. The grenade is in his hand, and they hear him. C4, not let that grenade get launched there. Mazakaza trying to get the cover, but we have Niagara there being able to give some good cover, and C4 Esports will be able to survive that push from B13. I mean, Mazakaza had a plan there. He would have gotten the team to leave the fight, but 001 was just fired up and ready to take on the fight, and that for some reason actually did cost the players from B13 Tanzania. I'm guessing they're from there because I've seen the team before. But honestly, they need to put in more work if they're looking to get this done and get their name up on that leaderboard, Priest.
And we will see how provocative this lobby is about to get, because the play zone is about to give us a little bit of a Rolling Stone context position right now, as we are in stage 5 of the zone. Glory looking for a way to break inside. A couple more sprays there from Wheezy. And Sovereign, who have not necessarily had the best of starts today, potentially have a line-in of getting this one done. Keish and Eilish are going to be the ones leading the charge, gathering a little bit more intel as well as they try to make their approach from that northeastern side, with Eilish just up in front. Rival loses out. Noir will take some more damage. Not the start they were looking for, but they will find a way through. Here comes another drop. P90 straight from Hybrid. And again, takes another hit. Jump shot over the top side. Manages to get dropped away there. Glory in trouble. One after the other. They capitulate and fall to ruin. And that will be the end of the road there for Insane. But that was dangerously close to becoming something else. Bomb did get knocked away in that exchange. But right now, Glory, if they can get their numbers up, they do have a good position from that northern side to make something happen even further down the lines. But again, it is all left to how well they can partition themselves going forward. Because the guys from Sovereign, it has been a very interesting dynamic the way they have moved into this open space in this side of the zone. As you can see, Eilish is going to make a dash for it and go straight into the compound, uncontested. That grenade could have changed everything right now, but it did not, and the intel has been covered by Eilish. I think he has fed it to the rest of his teammates, and he has told them that something's about to change here, but Sigma got a little bit too complacent there, and Wheezy is going to get him out of there and drops him clean off. C4 in a very tight settings here, because it looked like they might not be able to escape this one. Wheezy's going to press forward again. The front man for Sovereign is about to reign and show sovereignty over all of them, one after the other, but Gamerize from the back lines will cause problems on them again, will not allow them to express themselves even going forward. Octa will have to reposition and get himself into a very close proximity to MGC, but the Magicians again will hocus pocus and send him back into the lobby, getting blown away there. And that is Jeanette's scenario for C4, as they will not advance to the place.
I mean, that was an unfortunate place for them here. C4, the position was just not it. They were getting dropped one by one. Biggest downfall for any team that is looking to qualify. Mimo Gaming, sporting the teams here from the players from the Magician. They do have Sovereign as well. Same position. Someone here is about to be hurt. We don't know who, but Noir is playing it safe. Unfortunately, our player of the match, that is Nightmare, is already in lobby this time around. It's going to be up to Unreal to do something for the team. Get another play just like Nightmare. Even a Chicken Dina, if he wants to live up to Nightmare's play here. But so far, Mimo Gaming, they do go in for that push a drive-by on the Molly, and for some reason doesn't really get any damage there. Mimo Gaming not aware there is a team on the high ground. Unreal cooking up a grenade. If it goes well, it's going to be a Kobe. 3 players outside. Nice damage, and that will be seen getting damaged by that grenade. Unreal cooking up a nice one again. He wants to get someone knocked again, and a nice nade again from Unreal. We're going to be saying again and again, because Unreal is not stopping just yet. He has a very good start here. He's getting the players really fired up. He's getting the grenades connected, but a third party coming from the Magicians. Asina is really not letting this one slide. He's making it so hard for the teams, and that means the players from Noir are not going to be having this. But so far, so good there. Noir will not be able to get a Chicken Dina, and Wheezy from Sovereign will be forced to take on the Magicians this time round, Priest.
Sovereign have done everything right up until this stage. All they have to do now is get over the line. The Magicians have also been casting spells, and their spells have yielded them 9 eliminations so far. They've had potential for a back-to-back solid performance straight out of Miramar into this Erangel game. They have shown that they have exactly what it takes to do the job. Glory now getting caught out in that exchange as well. Hyro is going to be the last one left for Glory. Grenades are going to have to fly through from Slater. Now Gamerize have shown that they know how to close this games down. Memo now setting their sights on Tonomi. They spar through, but Xenox is going to have to trade one off, and again that knock will give them the pressure on to push forward. Sin plays closer now to Sovereign, and now Eilish will have to deal with this one. Grenade is going to have to pop through from Habibi. He knows this, that he might be in trouble, but he's going to launch his own grenade first, and Habibi's grenade is going to have to trade off onto the other side. That gives another bit of an opportunity for Eilish. Again, Molotov immediately launched over to the side and immediately goes inside of it, and he does do the job. Wheezy locks him in. Habibi gets burned at the stake by Eilish. Sovereign and not letting this one back down. We're down to 5 teams now, 14 players all rumoring around this position. Gamerai is now on the horizon, making a dash from that northern side. And even Kaish has still been a thorn in the side of majority of these teams. Zendex immediately capitalizing on that space and will drop another 10 eliminations now for the Magicians, and they're getting more comfortable as the game goes on, more confident as each body they drop goes back into the lobby. And Zendex gathers more intel. Eilish pops through the other side, and there's a chance here that he might be caught into a nasty sandwich. Wheezy has been the one launching grenades time and time again, and he has been on the front lines, has been on the front side. And THX have occupied the building all by their lonesome. But right now, while all this is going on, Kaish is still the only player in the zone. He has all of the intel. Surely now, Sovereign might reign supreme in the final drop of this final zone.
I mean, it is the final zone here. Teams are now feeling the pressure. They need to get closer. They need to be as safe as possible. Teams are just going to be forced to engage, whether they like it or not. THX, they have to engage as well. The Magicians, very aware of their location. They are waiting for a loophole. One small mistake, and they'll be going back to lobby. Cena still at it. The sprays are there. They want to confirm every single player that they are not taken down, but unfortunately for them, they get distracted. One player that will be Nomi getting on the fast knock from Sovereign. Grenades are getting tossed here. They're looking for the Kobe's. Another one goes in quite beautifully, almost connecting. Doesn't really do the trick here. Another one goes in. Another one is sent in again. They're not really connecting, but they're so close. But somehow not getting any damage. Nomi about to be cooked as well. The nades are coming on for both teams, Magicians and Sovereign. They are both trying to take each other down, and it's about to be a grenade fiasco here. Everyone is trying to cook up something, but Zendex causing the distraction. He wants to look for that loophole. Wheezy gets distracted, spotted by Zendex. The spray is good. The damage is beautiful, but somehow both players are still standing. More grenades are coming in. This time round is what we were looking for. Grenades after grenades. Zendex and the teammates are getting tossed grenades by the Sovereign team. Everyone is trying to look for a chance here. Maybe an entry up to try and go in for that push. The Magicians are not ready to break just yet. Eilish being spotted. The damage is good. Nomi will also try to get them damage here, but Kaish's spray will be connecting. A nice grenade from Nomi will almost connect, I'm sure here. Zendex goes to it, and it doesn't really connect just yet. Nomi is also going for that push. They know the damage is there. They're looking for the players. Kelvin to the sprays. 2 go down, and that leaves only 2 players standing. And that will be a very tough decision for Kevin. 1 player goes down again, and that leaves just Kaish as the last man standing. That is going to be from the Sovereign team, and that means Magicians are getting the upper hand right now. But that zone might just be the downfall the Magicians are hoping not to be a part of. But so far, so good here, Priest. The fight was really beautiful.
Magicians showing exactly what the outcome of those spells will lead us and show us exactly what they're made of. Now THX will capitalize as well and get a little bit closer to the action. Kaish has been spotted, and he doesn't have the zone anymore. And the last player, I believe, fella from Gamerize, is also in the mix here. He could turn this around. We've seen him do this before in the previous Erangel game in a 1v3. There's a chance he might be able to turn this around and do it again. but it looks like that might not be the case because right now this is a potential 1v4. Wheezy is going to be out of here as he goes back into the lobbies. Kaishi is now it's all left to him, and he doesn't have the zone as well. He does take damage there from Hellfire, and he gets burned away with a beautiful spray from the M4, and he does get packed up. End of the road for Sovereign. They wrap it all the way through, and they make a job easier than one would have liked. And now Gamer Eyes have been spotted, and they will be put back into the lobby courtesy of THX.
Congratulations there to THX for getting the winner chicken dinner. I mean, that chicken dinner at first did not make sense, but we had THX being composed throughout the fight. They were able to figure out the loopholes here. The magicians, they had the numbers. Sovereign, they had the numbers, but they had to encounter each other. They had to get it done, and somehow that is just how they lost their numbers. They lost the chance for that chicken dinner, and we had a team that is basically THX giving us the chicken dinner for the last wrangle of the night there. Unfortunately for players like Kaish there, the numbers were just not there as THX. They had the perfect rotation. They did have the numbers as well, and just like that, we were able to get an amazing winner chicken dinner. I mean, even look at the players from the magicians and Sovereign here, Priest. They had everything laid on the table for them. They had every single opportunity to get that chicken dinner, but because they were all looking to eye the same location, that is what made them clash, and we lost two teams that actually had very strong chances of getting a chicken dinner in this last game for Erango.
Yeah, I think the zone did not favor their approach to the later phases of the game. I think that's what cost them, but nonetheless they did put an amazing performance each side. You know, double-digit eliminations, final third finishes. It still puts a very huge dent on that leaderboard in respect to their performance, so it's something that we'd love to see either way. But again, it's a very solid game for Sovereign. Even though this is arguably the best game they've had so far, same goes with THX. This is another team that has not had a fantastic game either way. Very proactive, very provocative, but even at that, did not have that much of an impact. 5 eliminations and a chicken dinner. It's not the best, but it's not the worst.
That is true. Not the best, but not the worst for team here, THX. Honestly, the number, well, okay, trying to see what really happened here for the team. The number of eliminations are not really that much, but added up to the chicken dinner, 15 points is of course a good jump for the overall ranking. We do have the match summary right now. Player like Zendex, 6 eliminations to his name, dealing a damage of 1001. Then we have Insane giving us one grenade elimination. For the magicians, they do get a long elimination player as well. That is still Zendex. Again, the longest traveled distance does go again to Zendex. 13k kilometers covered. I mean, Zendex was really working in this game, and it of course makes sense. You can see with how he was able to get eliminations from every single angle he could see. Any chance to engage, we saw Zendex taking in the chance and getting some eliminations for himself. But looking at the match summary here, Priest, 60 eliminations and counting just from this game.
Exactly, and it ties in right into the previous Erangel games that we've had. Different strategies, but even at that, the teams are still forced to conform to what the lobby requires of them to play like, right? Grenade eliminations, headshots, airdrops, looting, even the distance traveled. You could tell that it's very Erangel-esque. Teams have to be forced to play in a very narrow type of setup. We saw that some teams play a little bit closer to the edge of the circle, and they have similar ideas, similar provocative. You can see THT just wanted to take the play zone, and they took the angles that they wanted, and they capitalized on those positions. They didn't let it slide off. You could tell they didn't necessarily rely on a Messiah type of player, right? But but the guys from the Magicians, I mean Zendex, what a player he has turned out to be for the Magicians. This is someone we're going to definitely keep our eyes on as well. Sovereign having arguably their best performance of the night. Kaish is going to be at the helm of that. And even the guys from Gamerise, similar context, similar concept. They stayed on top of things. They stayed confident. They stayed collaborative. Even B13, even, the guys from Unkind. Again, but it doesn't spill out the way we've seen from different lobbies. So we're going to see if that will continue to be the way the Erangel games are going to be feeding us, especially when it comes to this particular type of grouping.
Yep, that is actually true. And I just cannot I cannot stop thinking about the magicians here. The zone, the fights, everything. Their damage is really high. They did take on a lot of fights. But why the zone decided to make it hard for them is something we cannot decide just yet. Teams like 69 here, we did not see much from them. I was expecting something, but because I didn't know them at first, I was just waiting to see more. But unfortunately, they were not able to survive that, and they were taken back to lobby a little bit too early there for the team. But for the MVP player of this match, we have none other than MGC Zendex. As expected, 6 eliminations to his name, a damage of 1001, confirming every single knock he got, assisting the team 5 times. That shows you the player was off to get something for the team, and he was able to secure a lot of points through the game here. That of course will be giving the magicians a good jump. I haven't seen much from them though, but this is finally the match we are getting a comeback from the magicians. But looking at our player head-to-head here, we do have Zendex and Hellfire, who gives us 2 eliminations to his name and 6 going to Zendex. The damage difference is also really, really high, but you can tell from how Zendex played this game, every single knock was confirmed. That will definitely increase the damage. That will definitely increase the overall performance for our player here, Zendex. But for Hellfire, not a lot happened where he was, and hopefully in the next games we'll be seeing more of maybe THX. But let's just wait and see how it goes here, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, eyes will be on those teams who are yet to put anything tangible on the board, right? That is where all eyes are going to be, some of those teams. And now the guys from the magicians are also going to be in the conversation of, okay, are these guys trying to top the leaderboard right now? Do they have what it takes? Because they've had some pretty decent, consistent performances across the board, but all they have to do now is see it all the way through. 18 on the bounce for the magicians, 17 for Sovereign, and the chicken dinner winners in 3rd place. Again, second time we're seeing this, right? A second time we're seeing a team that gets the chicken dinner finish out in 3rd place, but that should tell you exactly why those eliminations turn out to be important. Gamerise as well, in 4th place, 11.6 apiece for B13 and Unkind, and Memo Gaming with 5, 4 for Glory Esports, and they create a little bit of a barrier for themselves in the top 8. 3 points for C4, 2 for Noir, as well for 4 Monsters and Red Coast. Arguably their better performances over the stretch of all of these games. Alpha Base with 1, 6-9 FL and Warlords unfortunately did not add anything to the points that they got for themselves so far.
Well, I mean, when you talk about the teams that did not get any points here, Priest, 6-9, FL, Warlords, they just not live up to maybe the team's expectations, the players, and the viewers' expectations for the Warlords. We had seen them dominating the 1st and 2nd Miramar, but somehow as the game continues, we are now losing them on that bracket. We're losing them, we cannot see much of them, and it's something we need to talk about in the near future. But honestly, for Warlords, they have good potential. They just have to go back to tapping into it. Abdi and the teammates, they need to put in some work just to make sure their team names keep on rising and rising on that leaderboard. But before we can see what really is going to be happening in the last game, let's take on a very short break, and then we'll be right back to enjoy the last match of the night. BRB.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
And we are back. We are officially coming to the end of tonight's games, and we'll be going to that land of fear dance that will be Miramar. But before we head on over there, we have to talk about the teams that are definitely making moves here in the tournament. We have teams like 6-7, where we saw an interesting end from their side. We have not even teams really, but players from specific teams that have shared us a really good day here with that. Well, basically every single match that we've had, we've seen players from 6-7. We've seen Nightmare from Noir, who's able to really impress us. And honestly, going into this last match, we do have teams that are really strong in Miramar, and that we have teams that really struggle when it comes to Miramar. But all I want to see when we enter into this last match, what are we going to be expecting? You as the viewer in the comment section, go ahead and tell us, when you look at the game right now and how the teams are performing, which team do you think is going to be giving us the last chicken dinner of the night? I have seen a couple of comments there with the fans choosing specific teams that we know already. We had the Magicians fans there. We did have people supporting Rage Esports. I'm not sure if they're coming in the last game, but if your team is coming back, well, hope that they get themselves a chicken dinner. Noir as well has been having good amount of supporters there in the comment sections. I cannot wait to see your comments, guys. I'm definitely going to try and read some of them and see how the teams are going to be basically performing with your prediction. But so far, so good. We are going to be seeing how this goes. But so far, I do have my amazing co-host here with me. And Priest, we're going into the last game. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, what a ride it has been so far, right? All of these games, different setups, different ideals, different ways that the teams have started to adapt and understand the lobbies, right? We've seen this. But now, this last game is going to be the penultimate game for some teams. Some teams have played their last match in the previous match already. Some teams, this is going to be their last chance to make sure that they cement a spot inside of the top 16 where it really matters for them. So, for some teams, this is going to be very, very, very high stakes, very high pressure environment. It's going to be very tough for them to understand that this might be a do or die situation for them. If they don't get the points here, then there's a chance that they may have just missed out on an opportunity of making sure, guaranteeing a spot in the finals. So this is where it really, really matters for them in this particular Miramar game.
Yep, you've heard it from Priest there. This match is basically that determinant on what happens coming tomorrow. That now they have already played today. I mean, they have seen the teams they're going against. At the end of the day, they know who's stronger. They know which team to avoid, which areas not to land. I hope they'll be analyzing the game later if they do that. And then now they can come in and make it even better for themselves as a team and try and at least qualify. Because if today ends and you're not in top 16, well, my friend, you're going to be having a very long night thinking about how we missed that opportunity. Of course, we did have teams like Titans here, Priest. They had a very good start in Miramar, but now we are back in Miramar. We're going to the last Miramar. The second one, we did not see them, and I'm hoping that we see them here, and I'm wondering what really changed for them after that first Miramar that they got that chicken dinner.
You're absolutely right. You know, eyes will be on them as well. That performance that they had in the first Miramar showed their level. They were very composed, very clinical, and very direct in their approach of especially how they go into the final, the final phase of the zone, the final sequences. Even though it got a little bit weary for them towards the end, but eyes are going to be on them for this game. Eyes are going to be on RRG as well, and a couple of other teams like Mazor. I'm expecting a whole lot from going into this game, so we will see, right? We're definitely going to see. The players already in the planes, about to take off any moment from now to give us a clear sight-line on what to expect in this Miramar game, because we saw in the last Miramar, I think it was the guys from 6-7, I think, that turned it around, showed us a little bit of something different. and they were very blessed with getting into the right spaces of the zone there. And hopefully, it doesn't necessarily cause the exact same resolve for some of these teams, but we will see. We'll absolutely see if that's going to be the case, and we'll see if they will succumb to the pressure or turn things around.
Well, let's see how this actually works out for the teams. This is the last game of the night, and it is a chance for teams to redeem themselves. Try and get as many points as possible before we can tell all of you good night, the teams and the viewers, before we can call it the end of day one for the wild card games. Miramar, very easy map if you understand it. Understand the terrain, understand compounds that are easy to defend, compounds that are quite tricky to hold, and think about whether we want to be there or not. Everything is definitely going to be on the line, but so far we do have a lot, and I mean a lot of opportunities for teams to get good points just from Miramar. The players that like taking off some free eliminations from other teams, this is your chance. The players that dominate in areas that are not easy to understand and they just have the perfect game sense, this is your map. But so far so good, everything is just coming up good for the teams. For those that are not having a good day, well, there's always a next time to see whether they'll be able to have a good day or they will be having a very bad end for day one here, Priest.
Yes, we will see. We will definitely see how it could go for these teams. But the play zone, though, Mitch, you can see south. So majority of the well-known places have been forced out of the equation there. We only got Shumasera, Minas de Vabo. We've got a lot of Los Leones in here, and we've got La Bendita, maybe a little bit of Minas Generales and Impala and Puerto Paraíso, but that's pretty much it. So now teams are going to be fighting for scraps outside of Los Leones if you're not there already. So we're going to see if that will be the case. The likes of RGX, Tempest, Tribe, in that northwestern shift, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to find their resolve going into this game. But we will see if that will be the potential that they will set aside for themselves, because this is going to be a very, very difficult game to predict, Mitch, seeing how deep in the south this particular play zone is.
I'm in a southern game. And if you're finding yourself in that northern side, you have to think about the rotations you're about to make. But not many teams found their way around Cruz del Val or El Azar. Most of them are just lingering around the western side here, a little bit close to that safe zone. So they have time to change their rotation here and see whether they're looking to go in towards the western side of that safe zone, or they will be going towards Puerto Paraíso, deserted land. Impala, we do have at least a team going towards that area. Chumasera, not that occupied as well. I mean, most of the areas that are looking good are very much deserted. But Los Leones is somewhere most teams just love to go. I mean, Los Leones is so attractive to the teams. I'm not sure if it's because of the buildings there, or is it that it's always either central, or sometimes if the zone is occupying around Los Leones, it tends to end up finishing the game just around Los Leones. Unless I'm analyzing this wrong, Priest, but if you've noticed, I think that's how sometimes Los Leones is. But you can tell us, why do they always find their way in Los Leones?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting thought, right? But I think Los Leones is a staple position, seeing as it can house at least 3 different teams comfortably without you having to lose out on utilities. I think that's a very, very interesting, rhetoric of having to play outside in that position. Again, it allows for a central type of setup, even inside of the regular map setups. But the only thing I would say is, access to terrain, access to vehicles, and you're very much under siege if you don't have high ground positions within the confines of that same Los Leones setup. I think is going to be very, very imperative for you to decide where you want to play out of when it comes to playing inside of Los Leones. Because right, for some other teams, like Terra 6, Extraordinary, who are yet to make those transitions from the western side into, priority one positions in Los Leones, and maybe even east of that position like Chumacera. It's going to be very difficult for them though to make those transitions. But even at that, we will see, right? We will actually see. But I think one thing about it is how many teams can actually hang around there without having to give away too much of a spin or too much of intel to the opposition teams to let them know, okay, we are here. Do you want to come through and take us in a 4v4? What is your plan? How much information can we get out of this? Because one thing we learned about the last Miramar game is information is really, really crucial. And the guys from 6-7 showed why that was. They didn't necessarily get into too many altercations earlier on in the game. They stuck together, they gathered so much intel, and they were ready to deal with the guys from Elevate. And that's exactly how it panned out. They got themselves that chicken dinner. Again, it was very tight, it was very close, but at the end of the day, they got what they wanted. So we're going to see if that's going to be the case for some of these teams, because the play zone is already on the move, and now the rotations are about to start kicking off.
I mean, looking at a team like 6-7, like you've said, the comms, communication, have been able to, make the right decision and even good information as a team. Because sometimes we have people like Priest who lie to you and tell you that their enemy team is 0 HP, but that is pure lies. But if you look at 6-7, they did it right. I am 100% sure that is your play. I can sense it even without being told. But I'm just in a good mood and I'm not going to tell people that you can ruin someone's game. But honestly, talking about the comms from every team, communication, making sure everything is loud and clear, and you're saying the right thing will give you a game like 6-7 hard and probably something you'll talk about for a while. But so far, so good. With that safe zone about to shift, with that zone closing in, teams are going to start receiving heavy damage from that blue zone if they don't make the rotation. Once you move from first phase, going into the second phase, starting to use up your utilities, not even engaging in any, fights, will definitely hurt your team. But that is something I think most teams don't really consider in that first zone. The mentality stays the same. The zone is not that damaging. It's just the first zone. We can still roam around, get our utilities here, and then come back later and enjoy the fight. Yes, you can do that. But you'll still use up some of those utilities as you make your way into that safe zone. So far, chat, we're still waiting on your prediction. I was yet to see which teams you guys are going to be predicting as the winners for the last game of the night. I know we are all guessing the teams that are playing till we see the game starting. But if you can see your team here, I saw a lot of comments asking about Extraordinary, but Vanta will be leaving that game early as well. The team Extraordinary here, Priest, what can you tell us about them? Because in the comments section, we have seen people asking time and time again, where is XEXT?
Yeah, I mean, for a team that calls themselves extraordinary, I've not necessarily seen too much of an extraordinary performance from them, though. I mean, they do have underlying numbers, though. They've shown that they can get into good positions. They can escape tight spaces. They know how to, maraud the earlier phases of the zone and get into proper positions going into the final third. But I think that final third is where things start to get a little bit more difficult for them. I've seen a lot of inconsistencies in their performances, but again, underlying numbers allows for misinterpretation so many different times. But they're a team that has a lot to give. We've seen that. All they have to do now is get a little bit more comfortable with it from what we've seen so far. But on the flip side, again, allows for growth. It allows for them to pick things up. That is the beauty of the PMNC. Allows you to, experiment at the highest levels of competition. And right now, Seems Our Plays is going to be one of those teams that's trying to understand what is at play here, because Belkov is going to catch impulse off in that transition immediately. That's a dangerous play here, because Syndica have them dead to rights. I'm not sure what the plan is going to be here. Smoke's already out in sequence, but now Does Seneca want to press this? I'm not sure they might want to, because you can see Skull already making a rotation around the corners there. Impulse has to pop through. But again, this is going to be a very difficult position because Skull has been very, very pivotal to this press. If he can get another knock from his off-angle position, I think that will allow them to get much more comfortable with this push. But doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Skull will reconvene with his team. I think Aether Syndicate is another team that has underlying numbers. They do know how to play as a unit, but I think this one has just been a little bit too much for them. Impulse getting knocked away for the second time in a string sequence. Matushka on the other side, beautiful angle. Impulse gets blown away. Smoothie now has to press forward and reduce the distance between them. He has the UZ and he tries to clap through, almost getting him swept away. Again, I don't know how Matushka has somehow survived this onslaught. No angle there for Smoothie. Grenade is surely good. It does connect. It does not get the sequence done. Immediately goes down. Seneca already have the upper hand. Buddy Boy gets the drop on him. End of the road. Seems outplayed. Getting absolutely outplayed here, Mitch. And just looks like this one is just a little bit out of the reach for them.
Well, they have been outplayed there. They have lost 2 of their players. That leaves them with only 2 remaining. They have to find a way of surviving with just 2 players in the game. For Extraordinary, though, we haven't seen anything just yet. No encounters and no fights have been registered coming from Extraordinary. But now, 6-7 will be right in front of the Extraordinary team. And maybe we might be seeing a very interesting encounter here between the 2 teams. But so far, the scouting is still going on. FU still looking up still trying to scout up the area, looking to see where all the other teams are. He spots someone passing by on that hill. He knows our location might be compromised if we decide to engage. Might be getting some third parties joining the fight. A team like Tribe Ascension also in the game. They are trying to get more here. Probably play it safe. A team that I've not seen getting much as well, but we'll wait to see. Maybe we'll have them engaging in more fights and getting as many points as possible. But this being the last game, have you farmed enough points for your team that when we come to tomorrow, you have enough points to stay as stable as possible to make sure that you get your points, your position, and at least try in the last day to just confirm and seal the deal that you'll be advancing to the wildcard finals games. But so far here, Priest, I feel like this game is a little bit slow for the teams. They are playing safer than usual. They're looking for that edge on this game, and they're probably looking to get as many points as possible from the placements as they try to secure their position in the top 16.
That final spot, that's really all that matters for these zones. Again, we've seen that what it's all about, who sees it all the way through. And right now, Mazor and Double RG are still in the confines of Los Leones. As we said earlier, that is where you want to be. And right now, Elevate and the likes of Slay Z and Double RG, similar constituents of playing out from that western to central position. We've seen them get very rattled when the zone does not go their way. So we will see if there's going to be more to be done here. But even at that, very problematic for Mazor. As in one of the teams that I've been expecting a whole lot from, right? I've not necessarily seen too much from them. And that's something that we want to see, if there's going to be a chance for Mazor to come out on top. But again, it has been very, very difficult for them to make something happen out of that one. And another team that, again, has been on the back end here is Tribe, Ascension. I've not seen any inkling of a solid performance from them, and it has just been very difficult, and I've just not been able to wrap my head around that one. But we will see, though, if there's going to be a case for making it through, and then we'll see if they can actually step up to the plate. But right now, ours will be on BBC, your favorite.
I mean, can we let this rest? No one is telling me anything about BBC. I told you, what team was it before they renamed? No one wants to tell me that. So we are not, well, I guess they're my favorite team now because I don't have an option. I don't know the team as is. But look at the Titans here. We did see them taking on good points in the battle around the night. And a nice spray coming from Gold, dealing a good amount of damage. They might be taking advantage of the damage here, at least try and get closer, get something going on. But that will not be an easy one for the players from TB. Alpha will be knocked and thirsted without him getting the light of day just to try and get some revive. That will be the end of him. Neo gets spotted as well. Seems outplayed. Is also making it so hard for Tribe Ascension right now. The numbers are not looking good for them. We have teams from every single side. Syndica also getting the extraordinary team, and I'm not sure what their fans are feeling right now, but the extraordinaries are losing numbers. So lying in the house, they're waiting for someone to go in for that push. Khalid applying the damage. Carl hearing this brazier tries to engage, but he sees the trouble there. I just got the fire, but nothing registered just yet. The players from extraordinary trying to go in for that push as well. They have been losing numbers. They are getting the points as well. But for how long can they stay centered in this fight with that blue zone about to close in the next 18 seconds? So this fight is something that they should be finishing before we have the blue zone joining the fight as they try to take on some points here from the team that is Syndica, Priest.
Yeah. Had more expectations though, but right now, this is something that I did talk about, from the likes of Extraordinary, seeing them try to get into the final third, but they lose a player in transition. That hurts their morale. I've seen that happen time and time again. 6-7 as well. They don't like to play out without that extra man that gives them a little bit more of a confidence booster. Maylor has been spotted out there. His position compromised. Chen goes down again, and they lose out the extra man. So things are going to get very, very difficult for them going into the final sequence of this game. But right now, Los Leones has been kind of pushed out. The main city has been pushed out of the zone, though. So we're going to head into phase 5 of the circle, and that is going to put things into a very, very different perspective, especially for those teams that are coming in from the south side. The north being occupied by RGX, uncontested as well. So I believe it is going to be a very, very comfortable rotation coming out from them, but it's still theirs to win. It is still their job to finish this one strongly. There's still a chance that they might be able to wrap this one up and close it down. But right now, Tempest Esports, bar the first Erangel where they started very, very nicely, they've not necessarily had another solid game. I mean, they did have a pretty okay performance in the last Miramar, but compared to how they played in the first Erangel game, I think they still have a long way to go. But I think hopefully they will find their rhythm in this particular game because they do have a very fantastic position, right there in the center of all of the action.
Yes, they do. Their position is quite good. I hope they're going to be taking advantage of the fact that they can stay there for a while. But honestly, I just remember they cannot hear us and they're just playing the game to make sure they get as many points as possible and move on to the next stage. Seem outplayed. 2 players are still standing, Samurai and JX still in the game. 1 elimination only to their name. I'm not sure if that is going to be a good start for them if they're looking to make it to the top 16 by the end of tomorrow. They need as many points as possible. But for teams outplayed, we have not really seen them that much. But we'll just give them time to hear that because Los Leons is almost leaving the safe zone. Some edges of Los Leons are in the zone. Compounds are still occupied in the zone. But as we get that zone shift, I'm not sure if Zeus Morris seems outplayed, Mazer Esports, Rage Esports are still going to be in that safe zone just yet. But let's wait and see where the zone is about to shift to and what the teams are going to be. Actually, it's more of a central shift here. But Tempest Esports, we have a nice dance-off here with Peach carrying something. I hope that's a victory trophy that they're going to be carrying later on as the game continues. But Tempest are still holding it out here. Extraordinary. That will be Khalid taken down. Jaylee and the teammate Soul not really that close. You can see Astra Creatives as well creeping in from the back. They are trying to play it safe here because Astra Creatives, honestly, I've not seen them do much when it comes to these games today. But they still have at least maybe tomorrow 6 more matches. But after that, I'm not sure. We'll be seeing Astra Creatives line by the end of the day. But so far, so good there. 13 teams are still standing. 5th phase of the zone, moved on to the 6th phase. Biggest question, who will be giving us the chicken dinner when it comes to the last game of the night here, Priest?
Exactly. The chicken dinner of this match is going to be a very, very interesting ripple effect, because Terra 6 Wakanda, that chicken dinner that they did have in match number 1, it has been downhill ever since then, and they've not been able to find their way back to the top draw. Again, the guys from Tribe fall under the pressure. They go out in 13th, no points added on the board, and it has been a very, very rough draft. And that has summed up their performance in all of these matches that we've seen so far. Grenade over the top there. Aatrox still knocked away, but he has been picked up. Mazor trying to close the gap even further between themselves, and seems outplayed here. But that grenade from Federal is Federal, and Samurai gets knocked away clean off, and doesn't look like this gun is going to cause any more intuition onto the other side. Federal peeks out, takes a little bit of a drop there, but Terra 6 immediately getting swept under the rug, and that's going to be the end of the road for them as Future goes down. And now we're down to 11 teams, 36 players alive, and Los Leones has harbored majority of these teams for the longest time here, but seems outplayed. Can they hold on? Grenades from Federal. If he can do something about this, he might be able to at least secure an extra elimination at the hands of Seems Outplayed. But again, Seems Outplayed have moving as a duo for the longest time, and not necessarily having to give out too much intel and too much positions in the other side of the draw that we've seen so far. But we will see how much of a potential this can be, as more grenades tend to fly through and more utilities getting popped over to that general direction. But Mazor, they need a chicken dinner. A chicken dinner is the only result that is going to matter right now for a team like Mazor, who have yet to stamp their authority on this lobby match.
Well, chicken dinner is all they need, and I'm hoping they're looking for that, because Razor Esports is really applying the pressure here on Teams Outplay. JX and Samurai still very much cornered, and Federal and the teammates will not be losing sight of them, but Samurai gets a chance here. But we have a trade-off happening right now. Zeus are able to get a knock. Actually, not even a trade-off, because that is a team watching the fight from afar, and that will be the end of Teams Outplayed going back to lobby. Lucky for Mazor, they did have the players from Sovereign, making it a little bit easy for them as they try to take on a fight against Teams Outplayed. But so far, 10 teams are still standing. The zone is getting smaller. We have Stone. What? How is he standing there? I'm guessing, I almost say this from Nigeria. Then I remember it's only Priest here who's from Nigeria. And BBC Extreme will be getting that easy elimination. For Extraordinary, though, they're getting sported by Syndica. Matushka sprays towards them, looking for at least some damage, but Matushka spray is not really connecting. JD still in the same place, not able to get any damage. Will be Syndica, but we'll wait and see what their plan is going to be. The zone is about to close in right now, moving on to that 7th phase of the zone, and that is where everything changes right now, Priest.
It's all about the zone in this final sequence now, phase 6. And the teams are getting closer and closer. You can see Mazor having to dash forward. And they might be running into the guys from RRG. Zeus now setting sights onto the guys from BBC to Paris. Getting stopped in his tracks there. Grenades now trying to fly through. Thomas and Obey might be exchanging something there. That's a fantastic grenade. And surely that one is done and dusted. And BBC will be eliminated in 10th place. No, not anything significant secured in that exchange as far as points is concerned. But Mazor now creeping up slowly but surely, adding more and more and more as the game goes on. 2 eliminations here, and the potential to add even 2 more there as well. And that is where RRG, who have also yet to find their rhythm, put anything on the front lines or on the front foot in this game so far. It has allowed for them to get a little bit more casual with the zone so far. 6-7, similar play style to what they had in the previous game. The only difference now is they did not have the play zone. They do not have the play zone the exact same way they had it the last time. So a little bit more of a slower approach here. Hopefully it yields the same results, which is a chicken dinner. Looking unlikely though, because RGX have a much more secured position, even much closer to the guys from RRG and Mazor as well. And that central area, you can see the 3 of them moving around in circles. I'm not sure what they're doing. What are they doing?
Well, they're still enjoying their night. I mean, what? I mean, maybe they're onto something, because they're really having a good time. Maybe they're feeling that chicken dinner coming here, priest. Honestly, let them
I
be,
mean,
man.
you love to see it. You love to see it in all of the seriousness, in all of the high intensity competition. You have to take your time to still enjoy PUBG Mobile, and that is what we love to do. But now pressure is still on the horizon here for either of these teams. We've seen how problematic it could get on either front. But right now, the play zone is about to close out. And who does he bless? Does he go north or south? He goes towards the western side, blesses the guys from RGX, and I did talk about how their position could be very, very, very ideal to close things down and shut this one all the way through. It is all theirs to hold on to now. More shots flying in, and it might be an opportunity for them to lock this one down. More chaos, more enthusiasm going forward, but it is still theirs to wrap around and make sure that the job is done. And right now, 6-7, can they capitalize on that position? Because the play zone has shifted them all the way out from that southern side. And Mazor will have to add a little bit more of a whimf to make sure that they can get something out of this next phase of the zone.
Well, hopefully they can get something out of it. Mazur, they do have the numbers. They're looking for that chicken, and they're making sure every single time, everywhere they look, they have an idea of where every single team is at. They do have the players master creating just on their left side there. If they're exposed, there will be something happening. But Syndika Matushka will be getting a knock, and Thurston 6-7 player, but he's not stopping just yet. And Nate is about to be landing here, and it's gonna be for Mistria and Matushka just right on the hour. Is able to move and get away from that nade. He's able to survive that, but we have Zeus Morris exiting the game. That means Matrox was able to, not Matrox, Mazer Atrox was able to get the last player there from Zeus Morris back to Lobby Astra Creative. They're still looking for that push. Regna Max, that is gonna be Keletigui. A nice grenade. A Kobe will be landing on Elevate Esports player Devil, but he cannot still say that this is going well because we do have a team that is right above them trying to get some fight happening there. Tigui getting another grenade in. They're looking for a Kobe. The nades are looking good. Thugger trying to get the revive, but the nades are not connecting just yet. The teammates here, Ragnamex, they know what they need to do. They just have to play it safe. They do have the players right above them watching the fight. Astra Creates is very aware of what's happening. Mazer are being taken down. The northern side was not safe for them. And like we said, it's going to be up to Astra Creatives to make it so hard that when they try to go into that zone or make a rotation, Astra Creatives will be there to make their day impossible, Priest.
It looks so tough as the game manages to progress, because right now RGX in that northern side, there's a chance that they might be caught between a nasty sandwich between Elevate and Double RG. They have to be very careful. They cannot commit these out in the open. They will have to try something different though to make sure that the job is done here. These are on the front lines again, and that is the danger that we're talking about. Double RG, this is where they thrive, in these pockets of space being left open here. Elevate are going to be the ones caught in that exchange, and now Mazo can capitalize on that as well. Double RG with the same idea. Pew Pew has to move forward now. Keletigui is an absolute nasty position. If you can get the angles here, RGX can capitalize on this. These are all the teams outside of Elevate. All these other teams have not found their rhythm just yet. They have not been very proactive. They have not set themselves up quite nicely. This is the draft. This is the opening that they're looking for. Slazy now tries to send some more shots over to Elevate to shut them down, but there's no chance. There's no space. They have to reposition themselves into an area where they can cause some more damage, some more havoc. It is all theirs to wrap through. Atrox gets spotted by Melio. Double RG now. They're starting to feel all of the pressure, but they are not going to let it get to them as they advance their position even closer. Slazy and Pew Pew advance even closer to RGX. Federal, the next victim, he goes down. Drops coming through, but take a look at that shot from Kyrios, from Mazor. Managed to drop two from Extraordinary. Pull them straight out of their vehicles, and that is going to be a wrap onto that one. And now Regnum X they have everything going out for them. Mazo, on the other hand, is going to be a very rough draft for them because right now, Tempest have them in the sidelines. They drop another. Kyrios, the victim, swept to the side. Thrasher, the last one left for Mazor. If he's spotted here, this might be the end of the road for him. He does manage to get some shots on the other side there. Peach goes down. Another grenade is launched over the top side. And Mazor can Crasher hold on? More grenades. He will not. Hope will put an end to him. 6 eliminations on the board, though. Still, that chicken dinner eludes them, but that still allows for them to get a little bit more of the confident press going forward. There is more action, more chaos brewing forward, more grenades now flying through from Double RG. Viper, on the other hand, trying to deal with the guys from Elevate, and Elevate trying to hold on onto the guys from Double RG. It is pandemonium breaking loose. Viper goes down this time around. Elevate are still applying pressure. They don't care. They will make sure they swipe them all the way back into the lobby. Thugger now trying to make a dash for him inside of the open space, but he pops through. He takes the damage as well. Melio is immediately going to sweep him to the side, and that will be the end of the road from Elevate. They will be dropped down to the knees by Double RG, and this is the Double RG that we know is capable of the task to shut this down. More chaos now from, again, the guys from RGX are not going to give them a breather, but now Palabala spotted, immediately getting knocked away over to the other side. Now there is more pain, more chaos, more angles, more positions getting swept one after the other as Double RG will fall to the anointing of RGX. Kaletigi and Xenos also causing so much chaos. More numbers now in a 4v3 against Tempest, and Tempest have done an amazing job of staying alive to this stage, but they will not back down. More sprays coming through. That's 2 bodies now getting caught, and a 3rd one to follow suit. Hope! Oh!
Well, Priest, we just saw the team there. They were up to something. They kept on dancing. They kept on doing something every single time. They had an opportunity. They knew the cameras were on them. We had that team basically looking for a time to entertain the viewers. And I believe they have been able to entertain us long enough to be able to get themselves an amazing game here. I mean, Astra Creative, they had the position, but the zone was just there. The pressure was definitely in this game, and they could not let it slide. But a player that is going to be Tempest Esports, they were able to wait it out. They were dancing it out. They knew what they were planning. That was basically a chicken dinner, and just like that, we had the players from Tempest finally getting themselves a winner chicken dinner after dancing at least every single time we saw them on the screen.
I think that was the dance. That dance had something to do with them winning, because how are you dancing at that stage of the game? At the time we were dancing, they had 0 eliminations, mind you. They had not gotten any eliminations at that stage of the game. So to be dancing then, only to go on and win the game. Yeah, you gotta respect it. You absolutely have to respect it. Solid performance from the team. Again, this is one of those scenarios where Intel staying alive, amongst other things, comes into perspective. This is something that you just have to respect. A team that plays as a unit. Yes, they're not flashy. Yes, they don't get all the eliminations in the world. But again, that chicken dinner is always going to be a major difference maker for a team like this, Mitch.
That is true. I mean, Tempest Esports, well played there. We cannot say much. All you can say is you're good dancers, and it finally paid off. All that practice was for a reason. For the match summary, we do have Matushka getting the most eliminations at 6 with the highest damage as well at 843, and also securing 2 grenade eliminations to his name for extraordinary player. That is so longest elimination, 276, and that is top traveler going to TB Zephy, having a total of 12k being covered just in this last game of Miramar. I mean, the distance in Miramar can be explained covering all those kilometers, but again, where were you going? But it seems like they landed outside the zone and went back into that safe zone as the game progressed there. With the match summary, 52 eliminations, 56 knocks. It means a lot of V5s are happening here and there, and the teams were able to get their numbers back up before they were fully confirmed. But for this last game, finally, 6 grenade eliminations coming from the last game in Miramar. Well done, players. Finally, we can see the grenade plays coming in check. finally teams are able to use the grenades to get their numbers up. So if you have the skill, if you can use a grenade, I will advise you to go ahead and continue using those grenades. They definitely work wonders, and they give you a good sport here, Priest.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, Mazor on the front foot, right? They did have Kyrgios, again, one of those better performances that they just don't get over the line. They get the eliminations, they get all of the pizzazz, they get the job done. But again, they fall under the anointing of the pressure of the lobby. Palabala once again showing us his mettle, showing his skill, showing exactly why he is the front man for RRG. And again, Matushka was showing us the level for Syndica as well. He did have a fantastic performance in this particular game, and it's something that we did love to see on the other side. But the guys from FL, Elevate, and even Peach from Tempest showing us that they have what it takes to be considered elite as well. And on the other side, it gives us a little bit of a context again as to how these teams have managed, to get to this level, how they've played, what they've understood, what they've learned going into this game. But Matichka, MVP for match number 6, 6 eliminations to the good, went severely under the radar for, Syndica. But even at that, this is a team that has still, had underlying numbers, right? This is a team that has been moving very, very under the radar. No chicken dinners, no crazy top 3 finishes. What do you think they have to do differently, going into tomorrow's games, Mitch?
Well, I think Matushka should just play more like that, but everyone in the team should play like him, just to make sure they are both on the they're all the same boat when it comes to how the team is going to perform. For the head-to-head here, we do have PST Hope, the player that was able to secure the last elimination for Tempest, giving them that chicken dinner. And we have Fadzo from FL also joining the head-to-head. There are 6 eliminations to his name, a good amount of damage of 405. And looking at Hope, there are 3 eliminations with a damage of 146. I mean, Hope there, the damage very low, because 90% of the time we had Hope dancing it off, so that makes actual sense. A good stuff there from the players. But looking at the match standings in this game, Tempest Esports will be getting 16 points in total, tied with Regnum X, who gets 16 points as well. But you can see what happens here: 6 eliminations for Tempest, 10 eliminations for Regnum. If they had a chicken dinner as well, they would have had at least 20, but that was not the case. Astra Creatives 11 points, Syndicate 10, Mazar Gaming 9, Elevate 6, and we do have Extraordinary and Zeus Maurice each getting 4 points from this game. I mean, so far it is looking quite interesting what's about to happen here for Zeus Maurice, Elevate Esports. I really need to know by the end of the day, or rather tomorrow, where will they be standing in the overall ranking? Which teams will be getting themselves in the top 16 brackets for the wildcard grand finale? A lot is going to be coming in play here. 6-7 Tier 6 Titans, 2 points only will be added to their overall points. BBC and Scenes Up Played, they'll be getting 1 point each. But for Tribe Ascension and Vanta Esports, a lot of bubbles have been carried to the next over ranking. But so far, honestly, that has been a very interesting game. The dancers of the night have proven that gaming can include dancing if you want to have a good time and get yourself an easy winner chicken dinner.
Yes, well deserved from Tempest. And they gave us the highlight reel for the game as well. Absolutely incredible from them. RRG as well, Mazor, and a bunch of other teams, showing that they still have those underlying numbers. Yes, the chicken dinner has eluded them, for the majority of the matches that we have today, but that does not stop them from showing how, of a solid team and how solid of a performance they can have. But either way, right, 6 game all the way through, and again they will try to understand how this has impacted the leaderboard, who is where is who, how many points have I accrued today, have I had a fantastic day 1, or is there still room for improvement going into day 2. Again, that leaderboard is going to give us a very clear idea on who has had a very, very good start to this wild card stage, because lest we forget, there is only a few matches to go.
Oh. Okay, seems like the magicians, they're coming with a total of 45 points in total. I mean, the magicians, I've not seen them get a chicken dinner, but somehow they have been able to give us 45 points. Sovereign following them there as well with 37 points. Elevate Esports 36, Tempest 34, tying with Noir. Mazer at 6th place with 32, 6, 7. 29 tied with the Titans. But players need to remember about the rules when it comes to the tiebreakers, because what is about to happen here in the wildcard region will be very much diabolical. So make sure you're in the safest place ever. We do have Gamerise Esports 26 there, Terra 6 as well. Looking at the teams here, honestly, Astra Creatives is at 14th place with just 20 points. What is not happening here, Astra Creatives? What is the major issue? Because honestly, Priest, this is not where we want to see Astra Creatives if they're looking to qualify.
Exactly. Too close, to the drop zone for comfort. Zeus Morris as well. Unkind Esports, Memo, Glory, BBC, Alpha Base seems outplayed and B13. Now these teams, they have a lot of work to do tomorrow. They have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow because they know where the bubble lies, and that is where it really needs to lock in at this stage. C4, 69, Tribe Ascension. Quite a surprise to find them on this side of the leaderboard. Wildstorm, FL Vanta, Red Coast, and For Monsters. These are the teams that need a whole lot more to do. A chicken dinner is not going to cut it for these teams on this side of the table. They need a whole lot more than one chicken dinner. They need a consistent performance. They need consistency across the level. They need to make sure that they understand the stakes here, because remember, the top 16 position is only as good as the 16th place team. So that team needs to be hot and heavy going into tomorrow's matches. They know that the stakes are all the way high right now, and some teams, tomorrow is going to be the end of the road for them. So now they need to go back to the drawing board. I still believe that there's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of movement on that leaderboard going into tomorrow's matches, and I would love to see that some teams will go back home today. They will learn and adapt, review, and get better going into tomorrow's games.
That is actually true. Well, I hope they do know the plan here. I hope they're looking to get as many points as possible. Top 16 is the place to be. And I hope the teams tonight will be able to watch the live, analyze their issues, and then come back stronger when they enter into tomorrow's games and their last chance of being in the top 16. But otherwise, it has been an honor being here alongside Priest, giving you the best of the best when it comes to wildcard games. It is day one. Day two will be tomorrow. And we cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow to enjoy some more action coming from the wildcard PMNC games. Bye.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, wildcard. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.